Do we miss the little short? You're my superstar.
3 months already. I'm happy.
You're my superstar. Hosts are dead, Becca. They're dead forever. They're never coming back. What are we gonna do? Deathly low on serotonin. Hello, it is I. There is so much cat hair in my water. I knew it. Guys, I was just about to start, but my water is full of cat hair. I shouldn't have looked at it. I should have just drank it without looking. What's up, Sky? Tara, what are your thoughts on the widespread cheating scandal plaguing the chess community today? As an avid chess player, I could speak very passionately about... Oh my god! Hang on, I have to change my water, you guys! Well, we'll switch to the scene really quickly. Hello world, thank you for the 5 gifted. As I was saying, Sky, as an avid chess player, I could speak quite passionately on the topic. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have, what's happening? What's happening in the chess world? Are there people cheating? All I know is Magnus Carlsen, chess player? Is he a grandmaster? I don't really know a lot. He was calling somebody out, like basically staking his career on the fact that they were cheating, right? That's like the only thing that I know about it, I think. It's a huge deal, but also so specific. I've only heard like whispers outside of it from like random YouTube videos and stuff that I've watched, like random knowledge that has just put itself in my brain, but I don't really know what's going on. Is this still the cheating via Wi-Fi vibrating toy? Hang on, wait, what, Pugma? What? But that's the main gist of it. Oh, okay. Okay, so I have heard about it. I don't know what my thoughts on it are because I've only heard whispers of it. Hello, everybody. Guys, I still have to change my water because it's full of cat hair. I'll be watching Overwatch 2 simply so I can get my facts straight on the game. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Overwatch 2 right now. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen said that this dude cheated, and the dude said that he used to cheat online, but he would never cheat over the board. But today it came out that there's evidence that he cheated in over 100 games IRL. Is this with a Wi-Fi vibrating toy? I think you can't get half the old hero roster. Oh, God. I'm going to hold judgment on Overwatch 2 until I get there. But also, World, I just want to circle back to the 5 gifted. Hello? Hello, World? World, thank you for the 5 gifted, you sweet soul. My God. We just started here. Hi, Bambi, welcome back. How am I? I'm doing really good today. I'm doing really, really good. I got a whole bunch of YouTube reaction videos to the MSQ lined up that I just got to slightly chop down and then they're good to go. Another thing I'm thinking is I might start uploading every single Final Fantasy XIV VOD to the VOD channel. Because there are moments in this game where I'm like, man, I don't want to lose this to like the sands of time, as it were. I don't want it to like disappear off of Twitch and then just be gone forever. There are moments that I would like to relive that maybe I'm not necessarily going to upload into like a reaction video on the main channel. So I think I might just upload all of them. Good call. You think so? Yeah, I wasn't sure about it initially, but now I'm like, I think I want to. There might be moments that I want to revisit in the future. Hi, Kirby. Also, hi, Rando. Welcome in. Yo, Fim.
You're my superstar.
Holy shit. Are you guys hype training me? Yeah, you guys are hype training me. Hi, Fim. Thank you for the holy shit 22 months. It means I've been affiliate for 22 months, and I think I started streaming a little bit like before that. So like basically I've been on Twitch for 23 months. That's wild. The vibrating butt plug thing is a meme, but it's very funny to think. I would think if that's how they cheated, Sky. This guy made a prototype of a chess cheating bot that was indeed the size of a vibrating butt plug, but that part is definitely not how he cheated. Are you sure though? It would make for a far more interesting scandal. The real accusation is that he stole Magnus Carlsen's opening preparation or had it given to him through the vibrating butt plug. Got it. Hi, Gray, welcome in. Fellow chess grandmaster Eric Hansen jokingly suggested during a stream on the Chessbra Twitch channel that someone must have used a vibrating sex toy to wirelessly signal to Neiman what moves he should make. I probably butchered that name, by the way, but that's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, man. New heroes are battle pass, old heroes are game locked, and honestly it's a bit sketchy just to play the damn thing. What about returning players? Players that owned Overwatch 1, are they also getting shafted, or is it just new players that are picking up Overwatch 2? I'm not okay. EJ, you'll be okay. You'll make it. Just soak up the vibes. Just relax, unwind. Lurk, rip hosting. Bonk, thank you for the lurk. Rip hosting, though. I can't believe it's dead. I almost took a drink out of my cat hair water. Guys, nobody press a button. The hype train is over in 20 seconds. Thank you all for the support, but I need to change out my cat hair filled water because I'm thirsty. Okay? Let the hype train die. Don't hydrate me. I can't drink it right now. I'll drink some coffee. Everyone press buttons. Don't do it. You broke Slime Rancher 2. Buckbuck. Buckbuck. Buckbuck, thank you for the kitty minis. Guys, thank you so much for the level 3 hype train, you beautiful souls. Thank you for all the support. It actually means the world. You know that. Overwatch 2 is a scam to get people to buy a new game. Do we need to buy it, though? I thought it was free to play. I thought it was free to play with the battle pass. Like, what's the word? Archetype? I don't think that's the word I'm looking for. That's awful. I feel like I've been shafted. Same. But I'm gonna withhold reservations until I've actually put my hands on Overwatch 2 myself and made my only multiplayer is free. Oh right, the PvE campaign is you have to pay for it. Free to play, but it is even worth being free. Oof. Hi Golsif, rip Golsif. Okay, I'm gonna go change my water. Hype train is dead, guys. Thank you so fucking much. I will be back in just like literally 30 seconds. It's full of cat hair. My water is full of cat hair. My cat was all over my desk this morning, full of cat hair. I'll be back. Oh, I hate. Are you kidding? I'll do it in order. Freddy is my top. Then probably. What is this? Picture of a bunny. Where's Spess? This is what Spess looks like IRL, guys. You got your face reveal for Spess Bun Bun. It's right here. What Spess actually looks like. Bloodbath time? Ooh. Oh yeah. Let's relax. Wait. Bro, this one curl. Wait, wrong scene. This one curl. What does he want? What is he doing? Why can't you like be part of the rest of the hair? What are you doing? What is this curl doing? I really liked Overwatch back when it first launched. Haven't played it in years though. I only play when my friends want to play because I'm too competitive in those kinds of games, so they make me salty. So when my friends are like, let's get drunk and play Overwatch, I'm like, owners of Overwatch 1, get the stuff that people would have to buy with Overwatch 2. Oh, that sounds all right. That sounds okay. Right? We're not miserable at that, are we? Dead Space 2, good game. I never finished Dead Space 2. How far in did I get? Maybe I should revisit Dead Space 2 this month during like a Saturday stream or something. How far did I get? God, I don't actually remember. Password is incorrect. What do you mean, Final Fantasy? What do you mean? What do you mean password is incorrect? Let me in. Let me in, you fuck. What do you mean password is incorrect? Can't believe I already got hacked. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Wait, this doesn't seem right. I was typing it wrong. It's on me. It's me. I was the drama. Last time I played Overwatch was Sigma being added. Sigma was a fun tank. Played Overwatch a while ago. And I had more fun playing the parkour custom maps than anything the game actually had to offer. You know, I almost like never touched the custom maps and I kind of regret it because I know people put a lot of effort into those. I'm usually teamed up with my friends, but yeah, I'm usually way too competitive. I'm a bad loser. Me too. I'm a very sore loser. I can be only when I'm in a tourney or comp or in a one. There's 1v1s in Overwatch? What is the point? At that point, isn't it just rock, paper, scissors based on what characters you're playing? I can show the after effect of Fell into the Void into Slime Rancher 2 in the Discord. Yeah, post a picture of or a video, Kirby. I want to see how you broke that poor game. That poor early access game. I should level up Dancer or Red Mage. Oh, should I level up Dancer or Red Mage? Not asking Terra because he will be biased. Level Dancer. I'm the only Red Mage allowed. It's my class. You're not allowed to play it. No, level Red Mage. I say Red Mage, it's really good. Both Red Mage and Dancer are great jobs. I was looking at Dancer. I almost unlocked it, but I was like, I'm very happy with Red Mage. I don't want to tempt myself with another job. Gonna reinstall Slime Rancher 1. I really want to play it, EJ. After playing Slime Rancher 2 and going into it like completely blind and having no idea what I was really signing up for, I really want to play Slime Rancher 1. Yeah, you can absolutely drop some of your old clips, chat. 100%. Tara, how do I change what I do? You have to unlock the other jobs, EJ, and then just equip the weapon. But there's quests for them. Like in a lot of the beginner towns, the quests are called like, so you want to be a blank, so you want to be a thaumaturge, so you want to be a lancer, so you want to be a blah, blah, blah. I think they're all named that for the initial ones. Oh. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, I don't really remember where we left off. I remember the Imperials showed up, we rallied the village, and now they're fighting with us, and so now they're in great danger and everybody's gonna die and it's gonna be very sad. I'm calling it right now. Whew. I did that too a couple nights ago, EJ. My friend started Slime Ratchet 2 and just went straight back into it. Yeah, you change your job by changing your equipped weapon, exactly, which is like right here, but you also do need to have the job unlocked to even equip it. Like I can't equip like the samurai or like any other weapon, because you have to unlock the job first. So you want to be a gangster. Yeah. I really wish, I can't remember what the dancer's called, but I really wish that they would have named, there was an old TV show, I'm gonna show my age with this one. There was an old TV show called So You Think You Can Dance, and I wish that they named the quest that. But I don't remember what it is called. It might even be called that for all I know. Hi, Alize, what's up? The beloved king returned to urge his countrymen to rise up in rebellion. Not a story you'd ever hear in Charlene or Ul'dah, is it? Oh, right, isn't the king coming back? Hey, the king's back. Not in those words, perhaps, but no land's people is so cynical to be wholly immune to inspiration. Singular individuals have the power to move hearts and minds no matter where they go. Mm-hmm. Doubtless you speak from personal experience. Tara, shame on you, you're not in cosplay. I need to do my Alfie cosplay again. I don't know when. I need to do it again. I want to get back into playing this game. I played for a bit and then ended up getting busy with work and other games. Bambi, so if you, depending on what level you are, the early levels, I will say, in Final Fantasy XIV were a little bit painful. Up until about level 50. It was kind of like, the story was kind of dry because it was important stuff, but it was like setting up a lot. And so it was a little bit like, not the best. But once I got into Heavensward, ooh, it all got amazing and I'm so obsessed now. You have a problem with trying to min-max and not going with the flow of the game? I feel like games are meant to be enjoyed in whatever way you enjoy them. And frick anyone who tells you if you're playing the game wrong. Games are for personal enjoyment and fun. Have fun in whatever way you see fit. Luckily there are no real builds in 14, so there isn't like min-maxing. Yeah. Only like getting raid gear and getting the highest like quality gear that you can get. That's like the only min-maxing you can do. Well, and honestly perfecting your DPS rotations and things like that. Hi, Soma! Why did you not get a high gay? Oh, I think I know why you didn't get a high gay. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Please hold. I may have fucked up. I may have fucked up. Hold a moment. I might see an issue here. Okay. Okay, let me test to redeem myself. Like stab. Please just work. Okay. 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 I forgot to turn on the thing. We're gonna hit this button and hopefully that fixes it. And then I'm gonna go here. I'm glad you did that, Soma, because now I know it's broken. This is on cooldown. I can't redeem that. Why can I not supersede my own cooldowns? Let's try this one. I heard the noise. I didn't see the visual. Guys, we might have a problem here. Guys, we might have a problem here. What else is linked on there? This one. Well, that one works, because that one's set up differently. What the frick? You okay? I'm okay, Golsif. I just have to figure out if these are gonna start working. Guys, we might have a problem. Guys, we might have a problem. Do 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 do. We might just need to turn off memes today. Uh-oh, my ADHD people, you're not gonna have buttons to press. What are we gonna do if you guys can't press buttons? Okay, well, we're gonna wait 5 minutes and we're gonna try them again. I tried to refresh them. Hopefully it'll be working. If not, I'll just turn them off. How's that sound? pain. Still seeing from the old show So You Think You Can Dance comment. Oh my god. You're still reeling from that. How old is So You Think You Can Dance? Because I feel like I was watching it when I was like 15. But maybe I was older. 2005! Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a little old. That's 2005 was 17 years ago. I want off, Mr. Age's wild ride. I won't age myself beyond that. Went ahead and posted that clip I mentioned. Yeah, I won't be checking it out now, Chad. I'll check it out after. What else did I miss in chat? Jetpack is still fun as normal to break. Oh, you mean people were talking about there was a lot of movement breaking in the initial Slime Rancher 1 versus Slime Rancher 2. Thanks for making me feel old, Terra. Sorry, I can't. I like the quick maths. I'm queer, I can't do math. 500-year-old bog witch is what I'm sticking with. As much as this Lord Hien intrigues us, sir, there are vital tasks to be attended to here. Preparations for the inevitable assault on Doma Castle, for one. There is also the matter of coordinating our efforts with the Confederacy and our comrades in Kugane, dealing with this troublesome Aetherite. I could go on, but you understand. Okay. Bitch, call that shit old. I'm only a year older than the damn show. Rude AF. Yeah, you old as hell, EJ. You old as hell? Me and old friend VO were commenting the match. I was managing Talonfire at the time. Managing Talonfire? What does that statement mean? Is this like a... Chad, I don't understand. I'm sorry. I will be traveling to Azim's steps, sir. I found Lord Hien once before, and I'm confident I can do so again. Moreover, it was to me whom he put the question of Doma's resolve. I feel it my duty to deliver to him our people's reply. Ooh, one other thing I want to try really quickly to see if the memes are fixed, like the channel point redeems, is I just want to switch scenes because that might help it. Oh, it's a team name. You're managing them. Gotcha. They did stop some of the ways to skip stuff, but Jetpack is still good. Yeah, I was really happy once I finally unlocked my Jetpack in Slime Rancher 2, but that was towards the end of stream, so I didn't get to play with it really enough. Our countrymen's deeds speak for themselves. Lord Hien cannot deny the truth of our hearts. Too long has it been since I looked on his face. It would be of great comfort to see him again, and no small comfort if you were to join us in the search, I should add. No problem, Gosetsu. We're gonna do it. I wonder what kind of man Hien is. From what I heard, he's about the same age as me. And then there's Fordola, who isn't a whole lot younger than us both. Like her, he was born and raised in an imperial province. This is all he's ever known, but unlike her, he chose to do something about it. I want to meet him. I want to know why. Maybe, if I understand that, it'll help me to understand a lot of other things. In her journey of self-discovery. You were heavy in Overwatch, handled the technical side of things for 2 teams, entered you guys in several tourneys and scrims. It was a fun time. That sounds like a blast. That's why you say you were the manager. Huh, that's so cool. Y'all ever blow your nose and feel like your soul is separating from your body? Only every time. Alpha, no. You also played on 3 teams? Damn, you were deep in the Overwatch sauce, chat. Well, also going to college, my god. Aye, so it goes. We all have our responsibilities. We shall depart for the Azim step at once. You'll be joining us, sir? Yep. For our part, we shall do what we can to aid the Doman Liberation Front in your absence. We will refrain from conducting any large-scale operations in your absence, and instead devote our energies to bolstering our ranks and training our new recruits. When you return, we will be ready for war. If anything happens, if you need us to come back sooner, you better contact us. Noble sacrifices are a last resort, remember? 100% they're a last resort. Follow me, my friends. We have many malms to travel before we reach reunion. Wait, don't leave yet. You say? Here, take these for the road. It's simple fare, but it's the least we can do for you, after what you did for us. It may be stupid and naive of me to say this, but I will. Say it. I don't care you broke your elbow. When you come back, we'll finish what we started. We'll beat the Imperials and we'll win our freedom. So don't keep us waiting long. Jet wanted to experience every flavor 100%. Hey, an Aether Current. Do, 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 do. With Slime Rancher 1, there was a big wall, but you can clip through it if you push up to it enough. This wall was to the skybox, so you had to literally, like, fly. Meanwhile, in the keep of Doma Castle... Husband!
I would expect no less of Bahamut's conqueror.
Hello, husband.
Prepare the airship. His Radiance will not object. We have fulfilled our obligations here. I would see this prize for myself.
Juicy man! Oh, hell yeah. The meanwhile in the starts in Stormblood, love that shit. I always picture it like, I don't know what voice I'm doing. It might be the South Park voice. It might be SpongeBob from one of the cartoons whenever they would be like, meanwhile, at the blah, blah, blah. That's how my voice always reads it. I want to say it was South Park, but I could be wrong in that. Old 30s radio voice. I guess that's more accurate. Oh! Oh, he into hair grabbing? I'll have to grow out my hair a bit longer then. I'm sorry for that one. I'm wrong for that one. I'm done.
I love you, bitch.
You understand why I
Love you
appointed
too,
you to
John.
act in my stead. You, whose only accomplishment was to whisper the right words in the right ear.
Oh my god. He's gonna rip it off her head. Okay, it's too rough.
Because of your petty hatreds. They render you the perfect instrument to bleed your kinsman of hope. To make an example of Doma. Such as was ordered.
Do not say sorry.
Listen well. If you yield Doma to the rebels, you will not be given another chance to beg forgiveness.
Are you really sorry though, Terra? No.
Do your duty now, or die with the rest of them.
He caked up, by the way. I know it's just his armor and his butt cape, but he caked up.
Oh, are you all right, my lady? That was uncalled for.
Oh, it's the cycle of abuse. He abused her, now she abused him, and then he's gonna try to abuse us.
They
But
say your
he's
Eorzea is
pathetic.
helping the rebels. I want him dead. I want his friends dead. I want the heads of everyone he knows and loves mounted on the castle walls.
Try me, bitch.
You mean I can
Hey, the
finally
memes
go
are
after
working.
him?
Everything's fine. The memes are working. We're good.
I've been waiting for this chance. I promise you, my lady, he won't escape this time. Not this time.
What do you mean
Oh,
I won't escape? You've been the one running every single time. Disman's right here. Meanwhile, in the fringes of Girabanya, it's a hole. That's not.
This is the place.
I thought. Wait a minute. This is an Estinian.
When his shade was banished, you swore to leave this life behind. And yet here you are.
No, Estinian. No, you were supposed to be happily retired. No, you were supposed to be happily retired. How dare you come back? I was so happy for you.
This be the work of the eyes. What choice do you have but to end it? Or so the boy would say. Damn you, Alphino.
No. I mean, I'm so happy to see him again, but you were supposed to be happily retired. If you're back on the playing field, then you could actually die. The Dragoons never retire, they just retire of a fight to find a new one. I'm torn. I also want to system, and I want a little bit more volume. A little bit more volume, like 76, a little less music. Maybe a little less sound effects. Okay. Because he was quiet for me, which means he was probably even quieter for you guys. If all are ready, let us depart for reunion in Azimstep. Our route will be somewhat circuitous. We will need to return to the Ruby Sea and head north along the coast, past Isari. Okay. Wait, where does it want me to go? Head north? Wait. Head south? Head east? This way. This way. Yeah, he was a bit quiet, but once again, I'm deaf anyways. Yeah. So even worse for you then. Meanwhile, in Terrabellum stream, we find nothing. It's Terra getting lost again. What a surprise. Hey, 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 I'm trying to vibe to the music. Excuse me, Yangjin Tiger. I don't want to play with you. No, you want to play with me. Also, are there any ether currents nearby? Very far away. Never mind. Good sir, could you please tell me how to be the warrior of light and be as cool as you by having a last name of Terrabellum, chat? My first name is Sir. Did I go the wrong way? No, I went the right way. It really upsets me that my first name is Sir. Like, I kind of want a name change, but I don't know if name change is a thing. But I also don't know what name I would use. From here, we will turn north until we arrive at a cave, through which we must pass in order to reach the Azimstep. My brain is not reading right now. Sir? That is your answer. My first name is Sir. Lise and Gosetz have already gone on ahead. We should carry on as well. They are, I think it's like $18. Honestly, if I get frustrated enough with it, I might do it. I might do it. Oh, 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 I can fly. Oh, I can fly here. I forgot I did this. I believe I can fly. I was collecting ether currents off stream the other night. I'm glad I did, because we can, the world is our oyster here. Hi, Gosetsu. I want to talk to you. Ah, there you are. This is the cave. After you, sir. I think the fun thing about my name being Sir is I never know if they're calling me like Sir or if they're calling me my name. May I present a fun fact about the current Estinian? Sure. Is it something that I will learn naturally? Or something that is like obfuscated, even in the quests? Do. No? Then hit me with it. Do. Aw, that's sweet, Jolly.
I remember the emptiness, vast and endless. The Azim Steppe, home to countless roaming tribes.
And his spear is Nidhogg.
A sacred land, watched over by elder gods. Here, we would find Doma's salvation. With the wind at our backs, we walked on, in search of hope, in search of him.
Him? Oh, Hien. I like for a split second forgot who we were looking for. Slime Rancher's already done installing. EJ, play it. EJ, play it. I give you the Azim Step, sir. Though I should say that this is but one small portion of it. Despite the close proximity, Domans rarely venture this far north. Most find these lands and their people strange and foreign. Fortunately, those who frequent Reunion are more welcoming than most. Come, it is not much further. Lord Hines? No, Hien. H-I-E-N. Him from Powerpuff Girls? My god. The original gender is him from Powerpuff Girls. Ooh, an Aether Current. Hang on. Before I talk to you, I am notorious for forgetting to attune to Aetherites. So I'm just gonna quickly attune, and then I'll talk to you. Because this could end up very bad. Gosh, currents, I remember those. Yeah, and you have to do side quests to get the other ones. You can't just run around and collect them all. It's a lot you gotta do to get them. It's been literal years. Welcome to Reunion, my friends. Here is where we will begin our search for Lord Hien. Gunblade or Dancer weapons? I'm gonna take the Dancer weapons on the off chance that I pick up Dancer. Even though I did say if I play a tank, I'll play Gunblade. Or Gunbreaker? Gunbreaker. Last time I did them was Endwalker. I beat that in a week. Holy crap. When last I spoke with Lord Hien, he said he spent much time in these markets. I had hoped we might find him here today, but alas. How many hours a day were you playing, Jet, when you beat Endwalker in a week? Y'all spoiled with these Aether Currents. Back in my day, we needed 10 from the zone, plus the 5 quests, and they didn't put them directly in your path like that. Oh my god. We spoiled. I'm a spoiled boy. Hey Yugiri, I've been meaning to ask. There are an awful lot of Zayla here, aren't there? Oh, I assumed you knew. The Azim Steppe has been home to the nomadic tribes of the Zayla since antiquity. More than 50 roam these lands, and though they do not constitute a nation, there's a hierarchy of sorts, determined through ritual combat. Funny, if they're so busy fighting each other, you'd think the Empire would be able to march in and take the steppe with ease. I wonder why they haven't. Why indeed, Lys, why indeed. Perhaps they see little value in it, especially given the fierce reputation of the Zayla warriors, who would fight tooth and nail to oppose them. These lands were not made for men, the soil is thin and the weather unforgiving. The Zayla found ways to survive, it is true, but they are made of sterner stuff than most Imperials, conscript or citizen. Thanks for taking the time to explain. It sounds like I've got a lot to learn. Later, I mean. We're meant to be looking for Hien. People from many tribes gather in Reunion to trade goods and information. I should be surprised if we cannot learn something of value here. Let us make our inquiries separately, sir. Why don't you speak with some of the merchants here? Okay. Dancer ain't a tank, but between the two, I think I'm more likely to play Dancer. I just remember I said previously, if I'm going to play a tank, it will be Gunbreaker. But I think even despite that, I'm much more likely to pick up Dancer. Whew. Yeah, they nerfed the amount of currents needed. Bless their hearts. I was playing a lot. I'm addicted to this game. I did Endwalker in about a week and I wanted to take my time, but I was enthralled. I think I'll be suffering once I'm at that point. And like, because I'm stream variety, I think I'll be in a little bit of pain. Endwalker and Shadowbringers I beat so fast because they were so good. Dang. Booze, fresh booze. Your choice of lamb or zo. Guaranteed to satisfy. How many will you have, sir? None, I'm here for delicious information. Eh? A dolmen? Unless another Dazkar is keeping him in her yurt, he is not here, snort. More fool her if she took a dolmen for a husband. But enough about dolmens, let us speak of booze instead. You cannot come to the Azim Steppe and not sample this most traditional of delicacies. Oh, but I can. What is it? What is booze? What? Are these the booze? Meat buns? What fortune you have come hither at this time. Freshly slaughtered, every cut available on request. Organs too, hearts, livers, brains, or a brace of blood sausages if you desire only a snack. A dolmen? Poor meat they make, dolmens. I jest. I did see a young mole in the company of one some a few days ago. At the first try, I was like, yeah, I ain't gonna be taking my time. You had so many questions. Roasted fish with pumpkin, an exotic foreign delicacy, cooked to perfection, beloved with without the step. Come. You seek dolmens? Then you are come to the wrong place, my friend. Delicious as my foodstuffs are, they find little favor with those from the south. Now, if it were Goro you were looking for, on the other hand, then I might be able to help you. They flock to my stall. Yeah, none of that was helpful. These merchants are just here selling their stuff. If anything, this traveling merchant is going to have information for us. I have brought you a new brush, my beloved. So smooth and silky your mane shall be, the envy of every other man. Say again? You are seeking who? Ah, the dolmen. I know of whom you speak. He comes and goes with a mole girl. Though I could not describe her, I only know that she is mole because I heard them talking as they passed. With the chat mode in Say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter the phrase that any phrase that contains mole to ask the Zayla in reunion if they are of the mole tribe. Huh? Hi Nitro, so Terra, I'm still watching the Outer Wilds VOD. Had a great laugh courtesy of Cybex and whatever Fred Flintstone's wife name is, but then I forgot you accidentally stumbled on the most interesting way to die. Oh, yeah I did. Very lucky of me, might I add. Am I still enjoying Red Mage? So much so. Laughing so hard. I fell for that hook line in Synchro Nitro. There, you did well to travel so far. Oh yeah. Are you a mole? Oh, that's not in Say mode. That's still in party mode. Are you a mole? Mole. Mole. Oh, I don't have my chat on. Guys, you need your chat. Hang on. Boop. There we go. All better. Mole. Why are you not answering me? Oh, is it not because it's not capitalized? Are you a mole? It has to be capitalized. I am Ura, if you must know. Come down from the mountains in the north. If there's nothing else, there is nothing else. Oi! Are you mole? You take me for a mole? I like that they're like in an exclamative like speech bubble because I did it in all caps. Take me for a mole? I am Oronir. Compare me not with one so weak and lowly. Okay. Anything it tells you to say in /say is case sensitive. Okay. Hey, you a mole? Yes, I am mole. My name is Serena. May I help you? Beast tribe enjoyers know my pain. Free Kupo nuts, his whiskers, snailing, your god is come. What? Huh? Oh, I see. You're looking for Hien. In that case, she's very pretty, by the way. Beaver. What are you guys talking about? How urgent this business must be to leave our conversation unfinished. The Kinsai, will you buy it? There is but one bundle left. If not, then... I will, though I had not thought to pay such a high price. It is a bargain for which you should be grateful. If you lack the coin, then the fault is your own, and you will leave with nothing. Please, I must have the Kinsai. The gods themselves requested it. We are bound to their will. Thinking emoji. Pay me the difference in Whisper Root. I will sell it to the next apothecary to pass through Reunion, and we will each feel fairly treated. But do not tarry. Should another come before you, coin in hand, I will not refuse him. I understand. Thank you for this kindness. Oh, now I gotta go collect the roots, don't I? Excuse me, can you help me? I'm sorry, but we must speak of Hien later. I cannot leave Reunion without the Kinsai. Yeah, I'm gonna take the dancer weapon. Punctuation matters too if there is any. Got it. You want to help me? Is that it? I do not know what to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The lumbering ones we must fell wander the plains of the west of Reunion. If we each harvest 2, then we should have enough Whisper Root. Return here when you have finished, and good luck. Okay. At least, okay, here's what I'll say. At least she's going to do some of the work herself. And she's not like, hey, you, just go get me the roots while I stand here awkwardly. I love Lalafell pointing at themselves. They're like so proud. What in the mob design? Yo, he skipped leg day for sure. Whoop. You know what is interesting to me? All these mob designs are based on previous Final Fantasy mobs. Wow, so they're not even creative. Wow, they're just copying other people's homework. Wow. I'm just kidding. Most of them are from previous Final Fantasies. Dude, it do be a fantasy game, but some of these designs be wildin'. What if we had like a treant, but instead of having long legs for roots, they had really long arms and tiny legs? I got the things. Welcome back, sir. Have you brought the Whisper Root? Yes, I have. There you go, there you go. Blessed is he who shows kindness to strangers, for with fortune does he ever ride. Will this quantity suffice? Literally 4. It shall. The Kinsai is yours. The gods favor you more than you know, child. Udgan rarely have need of such herbs, and so my stock is limited. Had you come a day earlier or later, I would have none for you. Perhaps the gods guided me here, as they guided grandmother, as they guided this man from the west. There are different unique mobs, but a lot of the common mobs are just revamped a bit. I mean, they have 13 other games to pull from, so why not, right?
Hey. How goes the search? Any luck?
Yes. I guess we could have told our friends much earlier. Hey?
What fortune to meet a friend of the young master.
Wrong, they have more than 13. About 20. Right, tactics and all the spin-offs and everything else. I really need to do some more interesting glams. Go on that glamour website and look for inspiration. That's what I do. I just look through the list and I look for like gloves that I think are cute and boots that I think are cute, and then I mix and match.
Well met, Cyrena. If you have an inkling as to the current whereabouts of Lord Hien, we should be most grateful for your assistance.
Oh, please. It is I who should be grateful.
Hold! What is this? I came first, you second!
What, in the Dragon Ball Z character?
Know you to whom you speak? All people of the steppe should. Or have you fought so much that you have forgotten the fate of your superiors? Superiors? I spit on your superiority, little prince! Twisted and mad as sand devils your kind are!
What in the Dragon Ball Z is happening with his hair?
Those two don't seem to like each other very much.
Those boys are of the Oranir and Dothal, the two strongest tribes.
Just aura stuff.
The children of Azim are destined to rule, so they declare to all who will listen. Their word is law.
Going super sassy in Soma, yes. A lot of that stuff requires a lot of gil, and I do not get streamer privilege.
Grand
Hey, I haven't gotten
buoyant
streamer privilege
fighters,
since the last
but
pets you
deadly,
gave me, Jolly.
Very deadly. He prances as a horse, as do his brothers after their many recent victories.
Flamboyant fighters.
The Undying ones too are strong, fearless, and vicious. They often reigned in the past. Now they are sorely tested.
A new fighter has joined the battle.
Ah, the master of the markets. He is Castir. To fight in reunion is forbidden, and to break the peace is to be banished forever. This
Brody!
he says without words, for words are lies to the Castir.
Hi, Brody.
They do not speak.
How you doing? How you doing, King? I have
Interesting.
53 million, Ray.
And all these
my God.
different tribes share the same lands, do they? No wonder it's tense.
But Ray, you're a crafter, aren't you? I heard that crafting is like how you make the money. I've never even seen 1 mil. Jolly, I don't think I will ever. Because every time I get like 500,000, I spend minimum 100,000 of it on glamour. Hi, Terry, I'm okay. Long day. Now I get to look at you and have some pizza. Oh, pizza! What kind of pizza? I'm so jealous. I had pizza like 3 days ago, but I want it again.
I shall look for you on the field at the Nardum. Mark my words! As shall I. Mayhap I shall take 11 more Dothal heads to make a dozen with yours. I look forward to the day.
Yo, they full sass. Every time I tell people, they judge me, and so I'm always tentative. This is a judgment-free zone, Brody, and I mean that. You're safe
dispute
here,
will be settled
and
at
whatever
the
your weird
Nardum?
pizza tastes are. Sorry, did I say weird?
A
And whatever
great
your
battle
unique
held on the
pizza
final
tastes
day
are.
of the Sahan-san. During this time, all bonds of hierarchy are broken.
Okay,
All Zaya
listen.
are equal and free to prepare for the fight.
green olives and bacon. I don't like olives, but that sounds good. Because that's just like, you get pizza because it's greasy and salty, right? Bacon is salty, olives are salty, so it's just like, tasty, salty goodness. Even though I don't like olives, I can see why that would be good. Tara has reached 500,000 is yet to buy an apartment. Well, I can't spend all my money on an apartment, Jolly. Come on. Exactly. Sometimes I throw feta cheese on for extra. Exactly. I get you. I get you. It may sound slightly strange, but I can see why it would be good. Pepperoni and olives. Basically the same. Green olives just hit different. I think the only olives that I've actually tried are like pimento stuffed greens. And maybe it was the pimento that I didn't like. I don't know. Olives are weird. Olives are weird. I also tried to eat black olives and like Kalamata olives. I don't know what it is about them. They just off-put me.
Rules until the next Sahan-san.
But I have had olives inside of things, like in smaller pieces, that don't really bug me. So maybe it's just like the texture or the size. I don't know what it is about them. I'll take interesting over, ew, green olives, get out. Well, like I said, I don't like them, but I could see why that would be good. I really like Kalamata olives. They're not black olives. Kalamata are the best in Greek flavor profile. Got you. Hungry? Try 40 to 50 olives as a snack. Kind of tempted to work on a caster glam that specifically uses the 2B thigh-high heel boots. Do it, Jolly. Full send. I still want to make a caster glam based on that wizard hat that we got last stream. PG! Hello? Hello, PG? The pizza party has arrived? Hello, hello? Poggers Pizza Guy. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. How you guys doing? What were you up to? I don't think I have a mod active right now. Let me give you a manual shout out myself. Doing it the old school style. Boop, 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 boop. What were you doing? You were just chatting. I feel like you weren't just chatting. What were you doing today? What were you up to? Welcome in, Raiders. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams, drinking streams, and everything in between. Right now, I'm hyper fixated on Final Fantasy XIV. This game has made me cry. This game has made me laugh. It's fantastic. The story, 10 out of 10. Love it. It's great. But welcome in, you guys. He was doing things with goats. That sounds questionable. It sounds questionable. Pizza's switching to his only feed. Huh? Hey, oh, I want to give you one of the fancy new shoutouts as well. Hiya! If you're not already following Pizza Guy, you will see a thing. Where? Hang on. I typed it wrong. Help me. You will see a thing pop up. Press the little heart. Follow him. He's pure chaos and he's fantastic and you will love him.
Hi,
I adore that man's. I adore him. Hi, Becky. But welcome in, you guys. I'm going to hit you with a little channel trailer and then we'll be back in the middle of a cutscene. Awkward for me. See you. Oh, hello. Come sit with me, my fellow traveler. Let's sit together and watch the stars die. Oh my god. I need like a tissue or something. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Oh, hang on. What happened here? Oh my god! Rock that! One shot ago. Boom. You're my superstar. Not me forgetting to switch scenes. Whoopsies. Awkward. Hi, guys. Pizza Guy, thank you so much again for the raid. Appreciate you. I love you. I hope your day was fantastic. Boop.
Reaching these lances now.
Ah, so that is what they call the custom. I presume
Nigel, thank you
your
for the
tribe
hydrate.
will also be taking part?
Best channel trailer on Twitch? You're too kind to me, Brody. You're too sweet to me.
Not all seek the Dawn Throne. Some are satisfied with their lot. Others, like the Castire, have reason to remain neutral. Them all are lambs among wolves. Long were we content to remain apart and live quietly, but...
Did I get a stretch reading? I
Never
did.
mind that. You seek Kian, yes?
Yes, please.
I know where he may be.
Lead us to him. Serotonin levels more than sufficient. Okay, who is Redhead? Isn't she cute? We just met her. Her name is Serena. She is so cute. Very, very timid though. Do we have shiny new boots? No shiny new boots. This is so sad. Serena's my girlfriend now. Actually, it's spelled Cyrina, so that's awkward for you, Becky. That's so awkward. Time out, Becky. Hang on, I don't have an active mod. I gotta do it myself. Time out, Becky. I love you. Becky, I love you. Just know this as you die. I love you. Serena sounds like a character in Elden Ring. The naming convention sounds very similar to Elden Ring. You're 100% right. Look at these little boots. Hang on, we need our clothes on. Wait. Wait, these little boots? These little boots, hang on, I'm seeing the glam coming together, guys. I'm seeing the glam coming together. Where's that coat that I saw earlier? These little boots with this coat? Huh? Huh? Oh, it's all coming together. We're gonna have another glam soon. We're gonna have another glam soon. It's coming. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Long ago, my grandmother, having received a vision from the gods, bade me go forth into the southern mountains. It was there that I found Hien, near death from many wounds. I brought him to our village, and there we nursed him back to health. Afterwards, he chose to remain, that he might repay us for our kindness. Doman set much store by honor and shame, so at first I did not question it. Excuse me, if I could see your map a moment. Here, he has grown fond of this place. It affords him a view of the markets and the steppe. Who's doing chaos things? Oh, jolly. Oh, jolly. Bye, world. Oh, 600 sec. I'm not fixing it. World, you're dead for 600 sec. No, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it. Don't worry. Timeout, world. 300. There you go. There you go. There you go. That'll overwrite your 600 timeout. Glam game. Yep. Glamour game. The button next to the one that shows your clothes lets you save and try on multiple pieces together. Oh, I need to be doing that. I need to be doing that. Our long-awaited reunion is at hand. Come, my friends, let us go and greet our Lord and Master. Hien! How far is the journey? Because I want Shiva music. I wanna be like headbanging. Oh, it's not far at all. It's like right around the corner. No headbanging today. Ooh. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I can't believe you guys are making me work while I have no active mods. Should save your timeout, Chaos, for when someone's here. Making me do things unbelievable. Shout out to Golsif for making pie last night and bacon carbonara for dinner today. Holy shit. Golsif, where's mine? Gamble is shitty today. Is it stealing your points? Isn't Hien kind of a babe? He's got the Hanzo hair from Overwatch.
The Kami are merciful, my Lord Hien. I see you are alive
I
and well.
won though.
Ah, you are come sooner than expected. So, my blade or my head? Which would you have of me?
Blade? Like, to fight with us? Question mark? More of a Gosetsu enjoyer myself. Gosetsu is best grandpa. I'm glad you and I thought the same.
The people of Yansha remain loyal to Doma. I have seen the fire in their eyes. They are ready to rise up and fight. The time is ripe, my lord. Return with us, blade in hand, and lead Doma to freedom.
I think he's gonna be resistant. I don't think he's gonna be like, yeah, sure, let's go.
Less than liberty will suffice then. A pity. It will prove far more difficult to deliver than my head. But if my people wish to pursue an impossible dream, then who am I to deny them?
Poggers?
You giddy, Gosetsu, and
Me!
The scions of the Seventh Dawn, my lord. Good and true
Oh, and I
friends
guess
who
Lise.
opened their hearts and homes to us when we fled to Eorzea. Far across the sea they have journeyed to stand with us in the fight for Doman liberation. To oppose the Empire, as they have in the West, where they are lauded as heroes for their many deeds.
Me! And Lisa, I guess, literally. Imagine not having a cinder block shaped head SMH my head. Literally the peak ideal form for males. Blade to fight, head to surrender. It would be what the people want. We want Blade to fight 1000%. There's somewhat confusing timeout plus delay on the gamble, or the universe is telling you not to do it. I think, yeah, the universe is telling you not to do it. He's a wise ruler. He wanted to serve his people either by offering his blade or fight for, to fight, or his head to offer for Doma. What a wise man. Hi, Frey. I'm here for the Terratonin. Frey, I hope your day's been great.
say no more, Yogiri. Say no more. I observed how you helped Cyrena, to whom I am deeply indebted. For that and for the aid you provided my people, you have my deepest gratitude.
Yeah, he's an attractive lord. We're gonna give him it. We're gonna give him the point. He looks over, sees only Lise, and doesn't see the tiny man. But I got a glowy sword. You can't see it behind me. I got a glowy sword. He would see me because my sword is glowy.
There's no doubting your strength nor your character. It would be my honor to fight by your side.
Oh, hi again. Welcome back, Becky. Welcome back from Timeout Land. It was until Brain decided to be dumb. How is you? I'm very good.
Arise, my friends, and tell me of our home.
I'm actually shocked that he gave no resistance. He's just like, yeah, let's do it.
I have made my decision. You, Giddy. I bid you return to Yansha and take charge of our forces in preparation for my homecoming. As for our esteemed guests, I would ask that you remain here with me. I sense you will be a great help in the coming days.
All right, bet. All
Your
right,
will
bet.
is my command, my lord, but how much longer do you intend to stay?
Oh, only until I have won the contest? I mean to return at the head of a Zayla army.
Wait.
You mean to participate in the Nardum?
Have you a better idea? Consider how soundly we were defeated before. The Imperials may have since grown weaker, but we are weaker still.
So he wants to recruit the Zayla? By inspiring
It would
them?
be folly to challenge them without first supplementing our forces, so yes, I intend to win the Nod.
Huh.
And enlist the aid of every able-bodied Zayla I can.
What a wise and attractive individual. I can't see it, you're too short, I don't even see the glowy sword. Oi, chat!
Furthermore, by championing the mole in the contest, I can at last repay their kindness. Lest you forget they saved me from certain death, and a man who suffers such debts to go unpaid is without honor and unfit to lead.
What a wise and honorable mains. And also attractive.
Just so. Our lord has spoken, Yugiri. But take heart. I shall keep him safe. And should it come to it, bring him back by force.
This is no laughing matter, Gosetsu. But if these are my orders, very well. Once more, I place my faith in you. Pray look after them both.
Aye, aye. Oh, and she's got.
Looks
Where
like
did she
it's
jump
up
to?
to us then. No, it does seem
Where
a
did
bit
she?
Isn't Hien meant to be the next king of Doma or something?
Did she like jump into space? Like, where did she go?
So they say.
There's nowhere to go from
I am
here.
but a pale reflection of my late father. All the more reason to entreat your assistance.
You can't just be like yeeting yourself into orbit when you feel like it.
For ours is an impossible dream. To set in motion a revolution that will rattle the very firmament and shake off the yoke of the most powerful empire in the world.
Aye. Evil Kermit voice. Becky, you must complete the circle. Time out, Jolly, and fulfill your destiny. She's a ninja I thought you said she's a ninja Terra, and my brain read she's a ninja turtle. She's a ninja Terra. She jumped and did ninja things. That's how it works. That makes sense. Look after them both. Don't worry, they're impossible to miss. Yugiri is the gal with a plan. She can do whatever she wants, including yeeting herself into orbit and ending up where she wants to be. Pretty sure the NPC ninjas in this game do in fact jump into low Earth orbit when they want to leave a cutscene. Izagi, is that canon? Because I would believe it. I actually hate that redeem. I never use it. The bullying redeem, we call it. Sir Terrabellum, was it? Once again, allow me to thank you for your many deeds in service to Doma. For 25 years did my father rule in name only. My rule, if one would deign to call it that, has been naught in comparison. That changes now. We have a purpose and a plan, and we take to the battlefield together. We will have victory as well. But if you are a practical man, I can tell. Disinclined to trust in words when actions speak truer. I can relate. Love you too, Val! I think we're gonna take the summoner weapon, just in case I ever pick up summoner again. Not really canon, they just leap straight up when leaving a cutscene, regardless of if there's a place to land out of sight, such as Yugiri, just now. Mayhaps if we had more point dump redeems, you guys will never stop with that. Okay, so remember how I keep telling you guys maybe I'll give you guys jump scares? So many of you have so many points at this point where no matter how expensive I make the jump scare, it'll go off multiple times, and it's concerning to me. So, you too have heard of the Nadam. The great battle for supremacy of the steppe. I learned of it during my stay with the mole. To my knowledge, no foreigners have ever participated, much less triumphed in Nadam, but lack of precedent notwithstanding, I should think we have a good, we would have good standing to bid them march with us to Doma, should we win. Will they even permit us to fight, my lord? We will belong to no tribe of the steppe. We are not without options, given what Serena has told me. You see, in accordance with the god's wishes, her people shall participate in the coming Nadam, and when they take the field, I mean for us to fight alongside them as a fellow warriors of the mole. But we need not discuss this at length here. Come, let us head north to Mole Ilo, where Serena and her people have made camp for this season. Thank you for the Hydrate World! What about Terracam, Nodders, and Rat Jam idea? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Buckma, I have the memory of a gnat. I have the memory of a gnat. I used to say I have the memory of a goldfish, but then people told me that goldfish actually have decent memories. So I just have bad memory. I have 160K. What would you like to see, Becky? What would you like to see in terms of redeems? Oh, you made it here. I have Muffin. Welcome in. There is a command for memory. There's a line that, again, my memory is so bad. I can't remember the witch's name. We're gonna call her Yubaba. I don't remember her name. The one in the cave in Heavensward. And I was watching back part of the VOD because I was highlighting something. And she was like, I have no memory of this. And I literally wanted to add that to the memory command. I might go yoink that audio from that. Matoya, that's the one. Master Matoya, thank you. Montoya. Thank you guys. See, I don't need memory. Chat will remember before me. I prefer Yubaba. Yubaba's spirited away, right? Where did I get that witch name from? Hannah Montana, got it. Monsanto Corporation, got it. Master Monsanto. Address all complaints to the Monsanto Corporation. My friends, I give you Mole Elo. Where is it? Oh, is that it? That tiny hut? The Khatun of the tribe, Temulun, resides in the largest yurt. What is this sentence? Fucking fantasy games and their bullshit. We should go and make our introductions. It was like the of the have the beebity bobbity boop. Like, what is this? I've had to temporarily move back to my laptop. Lissai. Just don't keep it on your lap and get third-degree burns. Hi, DR! What is this about mom's sand toes? Hi, DR, welcome in. Don't worry about it. That was not English, right? I'm struggling. Inigo Montoya. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Falcon Porter. Whoop. Dun, 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 dun. Temulin, is it a Lalafell? Oh no, it's a Zayla. Of course it's an Aura. Yubaba is spirited away, thought so. Terra, make suggestion box in Discord, or maybe we all just DM you, Spess so you can get IRL, what the fuck is this reminders? That is probably the most effective way, Bakma, if I'm being perfectly honest. But a suggestion box channel is not a bad idea. Like a channel specifically for Terra. Add this to stream, and then I'll be like, maybe. And it's something I can frequently check back on as well. The steppe is based on Mongolia, and a yurt is a type of round tent. Oh, so it's not a fantasy name? It's oh shit, I'm just being culturally insensitive. Fuck! Also, how dare Terra forget easily forgettable old woman who doesn't do as much, and you don't visit as often. You visit her so often, Jolly, and she like literally does a lot. She's like, you can't get past the Azisla gate? Here's my forbidden technology on how to do that. Also, here's how you find Minfilia. Also, here's how you, like, she does a lot, dude. I'm heavily dehydrated. Please drink more water. I'm gonna drink some extra water, just cause. A yurt is a tent. Ugh. I'm a teepee. I'm a wigwam. I'm a teepee. I'm a wigwam. I said, relax, man. You're too tense. Your point still stands? I don't think it does. I don't think it does.
Tamarun Hatun, Sirina, I am returned.
Ah, you found each other.
Why she sound so
Ours is
sexual?
the soil, Hien. The Domans, and the Eorzeans too.
She's got such a wide, cute eyes for an old lady. It's so cute. Why did I laugh? I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I'm trying. I had a depressy day yesterday, so meh, and now I feel it. Dude, before I started stream today,
Gotta go fast.
she works for a sex phone line. It's working. It's working. World, thank you for the 420 biddies. And Bakma, you need a kiss? Bakma, bring me your face. Mwah. Before I started stream today, like the Sunday, Monday, I know I don't have the energies to stream on Monday, but I miss you guys. I miss you guys. Today I was like so excited to start stream. I was like, bro, I miss people. I miss stream. 2 days off stream feels like an eternity to me. It's so long. How dare my tank queue take 84 years? You are a tank. You have tank privilege. You should be in a queue instantly. Yep, I'm back. Welcome back. Oh.
You know us.
The gods know you, child. As do the stars in the heavens, which shone bright at your coming.
How come they just have uncut vegetals on their table?
The mole hearkened to the whispers of the elder gods, which guide us in our daily lives. We know them through the Utun, like my grandmother.
Ali no Tally! Hello? Hello, long time no see. How are you? Thank you for the raid. I don't have a mod still. Don't worry, I'll give you a shout out myself, Ali. I got you. I got you. I got you. We good. Welcome in, everybody. There we go. Last playing, just chatting. What were you doing? I'm assuming you weren't just chatting for your whole stream. Gatorade, welcome in, you guys. Make me a mod. How's it going? It's going so good. Ali, have you played Final Fantasy XIV? I love this game. If it's your first time meeting me, hello. My name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams, drinking streams, and everything in between. Right now, I'm absolutely hyper fixated on Final Fantasy XIV. It is my main game. It has made me cry and laugh and everything in between. It's fantastic. The story is so good. It's so good. It's like making me a Final Fantasy nerd slowly. Oh my god, Terry, you can't just ask people why people's vegetables are uncut. Rando, you can't. Rando, you can't. You were just playing Resident Evil. Which one? But I've had a friend trying to get you into 14. I am also that friend trying to get you into 14, okay? It's me. It's fantastic. I literally put like 70 hours into this game and I still wasn't out of the free trial and I was bawling and emotional and fantastic. It's great. Like, the original X-Pack, the A Realm Reborn, not X-Pack, the original like game is kind of dry because it has to set up a lot of like story like plot points. But then once you get into the next X-Pack, which is also part of the free trial, by the way, it's mind-blowing. It's so good. It's so well written. And then people say it only gets better from there. We're now in Stormblood, which is the 3rd expansion. I mean, if you ever want to party up, maybe I'll consider it. Ooh, just at me. Adamantoys, Ether, just saying, that's my server. It's fantastic. Oh no, not the copy paste, Jolly, not the copy paste. But Raiders, again, welcome in, you guys. We focus on being a very, very comfy, very safe community. We're very like sex positive. We're very queer safe. Everything good, everything nice. That's what we try to build here. So hi, thank you so much for the raid. Hang on, just real quickly, which Resident Evil were you playing? Because I got scammed into streaming all of them except for 5 and 6, and I gotta know which one you were playing. Because I have passionate opinions about a couple of them, like good opinions. And I'll be extra excited if you're playing one of the ones that I love. Exclamation mark free trial. We should have that. That should be a command and not the meme copy paste that Jolly posted. Adamantoy is more like Amontoys. What is Amontoys? Hello? Resident Evil 1. I played 5, 7, and Village. Okay, dude, I was so blown away by Village. I loved Village. I did really enjoy 1 though. 1 was actually what got me to play all the others, so there's something to be said for that. The command is 14, but only for mods? Yeah, because it's horrible. Village terrified me, but the story was so good. The baby, okay, fair. The baby section in Village, actual nightmare fuel. Actual full-on nightmare fuel. Like, probably the scariest segment in a Resident Evil game that I've played. Okay, but the daughters are hot, 100%. Very valid statement. Very valid statement. Also, Ali, you just finished stream. Thank you for bringing your community here. If you need to go unwind, eat food, relax, all those things, don't feel pressured to be like actively chatting or anything like that. Thank you so much.
Pineapple juice.
Pineapple juice. Hi, Froggo, I love you. Thank you for the 18 freaking months. Holy heck. Hi, guys. But yeah, Ali, go unwind. No pressure. Love you. Mwah. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, and Heisenberg? Daddy Heisenberg, Mommy D. Village is the perfect game. Village is the perfect game, is what it is. I actually do. Gotta get ready for work. Hope to catch you another time. Definitely hit you up for playing. Do it. Slide into my DMs. You got a new badge. Oh, you got the planet with the rings. Holy shit, Froggo. Let's go. Congrats. I can't believe 18 months. I feel like you just got here. Boop.
Hatun, I am come to beg a boon of you and yours. That I might liberate my homeland, I seek to rally the strength of the steppe.
Yes.
To that end, I wish to fight in the Nardum as a warrior of the Maul. Will you grant me this honor?
Nodders.
To stand with the Maul is fruitless. Heian, do not do this. The gods may have willed that our tribe join in the Nardum, but
The gods willed
there
it.
is no path to victory. We are weak and our numbers few. Even with your help, it would be impossible.
But you will have the help of the Warrior of Light, literally the plot armor dude.
I thank you for your concern, Cyrena. But it is precisely because of the seeming hopelessness of your cause that we must needs cast our lot with you.
Everyone's
Were
rooting
we
for an
to
underdog.
join hands with a more favored tribe, our victory would inevitably be attributed to them.
Hien is a
No
bear
one
for sure.
told me to
Have
go.
you seen Gosetsu? Have you seen Gosetsu right here? Talking to me about bears. He's an otter at best, Becky. Come on. Think with your head. Time is relative. We all just got here. Time is an illusion. It's fake. It's made up. Plot armor dude? The one happened with Xenos. Twice. We didn't die, Golsif. Excuse me, we didn't die. Do you know what plot armor is? Do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what plot armor is? We didn't die. We may have lost, but we didn't die.
"'Twas the gods' will that we fight. Mayhap this too is their design."
Nodders it is. You didn't die? Are you sure you didn't die internally then? I mean...
Hear me then. As
No.
Hartoon
I was gonna
of
make
the
a joke
Maul,
about being in love with Xenos, but...
I invite you all to join with us in the
Hi.
Nardum.
Welcome home. What are you looking for? Oh, we got nothing in here. Oh, it's full
Will
of
you
water.
look after them?
Love you. Mwah. Spicy's home. He's looking for those lips. Actually, he was looking for dishes. He's like, I'm doing dishes. I was like, I got no dishes in here. I'm a clean boy. I just took all the dishes out of my room today.
Come with me, friends. There is much I would show you.
I didn't realize our little shoes are glowy.
Wait,
Yo,
I
yo,
would have words.
yo, we're wearing the little sneakers. Dude, what were they called? Remember the cool kids that had rich parents and they would like run and their shoes would like flash? We're one of those kids with the rich. What is this? I have the best partner. I have the best partner. I'm just gonna keep these here, okay? Yeah, you can take the whole package. If they're beside me, I'm just gonna be... No, take the whole package. If they're beside me, they're gonna be gone. Do not leave them here. Take them away. Take them away from me. A massive package of... This stream sponsored by Oreo. I wish. Massive package of Oreos. That makes me smile so much. Give me one Oreo. Give me... No. To take that away from me. I want one single Oreo. No, that's too many. One single Oreo. I'm not gonna eat it right now. Adelis! I'm trying to get into this game. It's okay, Adelis. Here's what I'll say. A Realm Reborn is so dry. It's like, holy shit. Like, you need a massive glass of water to go with A Realm Reborn story. It's so fucking dry, but it is important. It sets up so much important stuff. If you can bear through A Realm Reborn, hell, even maybe watch a recap video for it on YouTube and like skip a lot of the bullshit. Because if you can get through A Realm Reborn, the story gets so incredible. Like, I'm in love, madly obsessed and in love with this game. But you have to suffer through A Realm Reborn. It's a rite of passage. You're clean? Name every cleaning product. Oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck. Skechers, yes. The light up shoes were called Skechers here in the US. That was probably the brand, right? But that's what we're wearing. We're a rich little child, and we got the flashy shoes. Realm Reborn is indeed the rite of passage. Yeah, literally. But I feel like you could still be okay watching a recap of it. Because it's dry.
You are my superstar.
Shimmering. Like a jewel of the Dusk Mother, blinding in its brilliance.
Cybex with the 13 months. Cybex, I love you. I love you. Mwah. Thank you for the 13 months, you beautiful soul. How are you? I like how the TTS was like,
Flicker and flock to you. Before such gathered light, even the secrets of the gods may be laid bare.
Why did Temlin have such cute eyes though?
Some are fated to rise in grace and glory. Others to falter and fade, though not from memory. Both will be your strength and salvation come the end.
I'm doing away. Enough about me. How are you, Vivi? I'm really good, Cybex. I feel like everyone's having kind of like, except for me, I'm in a great mood. I feel like a lot of people are having a kind of no bones, low energy, kind of sad day. So to all of you, I say, mwah, free kiss, love you, vibe out, relax, unwind. The day is what it is, but instead soak up good vibes. You're having a fantastic day, dude, too, Jet? Okay, we're the exceptions. Everyone else having no bones day, and that's okay. It's okay to have low days. Also, guys, very important. Look at these earrings. Did you guys notice my earrings? It's so important. Look. It's a sword. It's a little sword. I found these sword earrings in a side quest and I was so happy. They're gonna be part of my glam forever because they're so cute. It's perfect for a little red mage. Perfect earrings.
Cherish the stars and the light
3 earring
they bring
heaven.
you in the dark. For you are a traveler, are you not?
I am a traveler. Correct. Had that risotto yesterday. Also, I'm having taquitos today. Oh, I have craving for taquitos. I have specifically craving for shitty 7-Eleven taquitos. I don't know if that's the thing. Hello? Hello? What are you doing here? Just jamming out. Dude, really up here on a wardrobe just jamming. Also, that guitar looks really cool. Literally never had either till today and yesterday. You were living your best life, Chad. Also, hi, Princess.
I love you, man.
For real, doing a cry for no reason after that. Thanks. Mwah. Love you. Honestly, there are so many characters in this. I either fuck or I'd happily let fuck me. Dude, the characters in this game are beautiful. They're all way too attractive and beautiful. Hi, Warlord. Welcome in. Rip me. I don't have enough points to do the stab one. You're dead forever. Dude, this guy's living his best life right now. He's jamming up there. There you go. Vel's got you on the stab. Thank you all for coming and for offering to fight with us in the Nadam. Though I still fear our chances are grim, I'm grateful for your assistance. To be recognized as warriors of the mole, there is a trial you must overcome. A trial? But before we speak of such things, there is another, more pressing matter. We take the summoner book. Thank you. Red Mage Sword! Is it an upgrade? Hey. Oh, ever so slightly. Oh, it has 69 crit. Nice. Nice. It's more like a side grade. It's not really an upgrade. Good day, you attractive human. How art thou? I'm fantastic, Burger. Welcome in. My family never cooked. We were too poor to eat right for about a month. All we had was baked potatoes and nothing on them. Just plain baked potatoes. Jet relatable. I also grew up very, very poor. We lived off mac and cheese. And then when there was leftover mac and cheese afterwards, my mom would take the mac and cheese and fry it in a pan with hot dogs. And then that was our meal the next day. We were quite poor. Little Zeke came out with a witch hat. He's too cute. Plain baked potatoes are yummy though, but not for like months. My friends, I must warn you, the path upon which you embark is fraught with peril. You will journey onto the far reaches of the steppe to confront a terrible foe, as did the warrior Bardum in days of yore. 3 days he battled with the demon ere he returned to his people, so it is written, so must it be. Many who follow in his footsteps perish, lacking in strength of body and mind. Therefore, thinking emoji, we must treat you to a great feast. Have I said something strange? The hungry fox starves, staring at the bull's testicle. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. The hungry fox starves, staring at the bull's testicles. I'm sorry, what? Huh? Huh? What does this mean? Therefore, warriors should be well fed on the eve of battle. But of course, staring at those bull's testicles. What the fuck? I forgot about that line. I'm dying. What in the fuck? She does have a point. Of course she has a point. You've been keeping... I don't know what just happened. You've been keeping busy in my absence. A brief repast may be in order, lest we collapse of fatigue and malnourishment in the midst of our trial. Yes, just so. However, it will take time to prepare. Is there anything we can do to help? It might also give us a chance to learn more about your people and their ways. Well, if you insist, I'm sure that the others would be glad to be of assistance. Or glad to be of your assistance, I mean. This place be strange. It'd be wildin' out here, dude. It'd be wildin'. Would you go and speak with Dorbaelies? Okay, bye, Elise. As for you three, you can help me with another task. For today's feast, the gods decreed that we lure Gulo Gulo to slaughter with entrails. Perhaps you could be the ones to do this. That your people look to the gods for guidance, I understand. But in your daily meals? I say, your grandmother must be quite busy. Some days more than others, but every night we come together around the I read cookfire. Even babes must earn their keeps on the steps. Give over the entrails, Serena. We will bring you a bounty of meat. It's apparently a Mongolian idiom. And somebody did say that the steppe is based off of like Mongolia. Cute that they did that. Where's Mongolian Jeef when we need him? The streamer. He could attest to this. We come together around the cockfire. I'm just in a silly, goofy mood. I don't know how to read right now. The red cockfire with the bull's testicles. Rando, no. A word of advice. A quarry is wont to avoid the Zela and their settlements, but is fond of flowing waters. A thought occurs to me. How about we make a game of it, sir? I have 6 bags of entrails with which we may lure our Gulo Gulo. 3 for you and 3 for me. Whoever returns with a greater portion shall be declared the winner. What say you? Let's do it. Jeef is such a good beanie, he really is. I've known them for a long time from another community. Twitch is so small and I love it. Twitch is actually like tiniest community in the world. A fox would die from hunger, waiting for a bull's testicles to fall off, meaning waiting for something that will never happen. Ah! Ew. Ah, ew. Then it is settled. Gosetsu will stand as witness. Let the game begin. That makes more sense than the way she worded it, but like, ew, also. Mada mada. Mada mada. Muda 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 muda. Froggle, thanks for hydrate. Guys, I'm sorry my nose is so itchy today. My cat was cuddling with me all morning, like Zimmy, and he's not always in a cuddly mood, so he got his like fur all over me. The watchtowers of Mol Ilo are still in the visible distance. It seems unlikely the Gulo Gulo would venture this close. No. I want to win this competition, dude. I want to win. I'm gonna go to this big one. Some foxes I know wouldn't wait for the bull testicles to fall off, if you catch my meaning! Exclamation mark, bonk, Golsev. My allergies have been so bad the past couple days. I don't have allergies. I just, maybe I have really subtle cat allergies. Is that a thing? Because why does my nose get so itchy after cuddling? Is it possible to have very mild cat allergies? Is that a thing? No. I refuse to believe it. Because I don't have regular allergies. Like pollen and shit doesn't bug me. Yeah, that's allergies? No. No, I don't think it is. I'm just going to continue being in denial. It is possible to have very mild allergies. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say no, that's not it. just gonna be in denial. Allergies are not binary, they're gradient. Oh, okay. I still don't have it though. The river winds its way south, the water's churning with a gentle current. There may be many gulo lurking nearby. Maybe. I would like to get something a bit more certain, I think. I want a bit more than a maybe. I cuddle with my cats and have hair all over my nose is fine. No itchy, no sneeze, nothing. Maybe I have like the mildest cat allergies then. Because usually when I've been cuddling with them for a while, my nose is like, it's quite itchy. Oh no. Rocky Mountain oysters is a dish made out of bull testicles that is served in parts of Canada, Terra. Is this true? I've heard of it. I've never had it, but I have heard of it. Rocky Mountain oysters. There may be many gula lurking nearby. It's another maybe. Let's see if we can get a better result than that. I have very mild pet allergies. Itchier nose and eyes. Yeah, because my nose usually, now that I'm actually analyzing and thinking about it, my nose does stay itchy for like quite a while after they've been cuddling a lot. There may be many, they're all maybes. Sure, let's go with this. Yeah. That's a lot of gulos. Oh crap, I aggroed a bird as well. No, birdie. This does not concern you. This is not your fight, birdie. You're forcing my camera into an awkward angle here, bird. Wasn't paying attention to the mount. Was it the claw? Yes, it was. I like the claw. Try washing your hands after you cuddle. That would probably solve it, because like then once I start itching my nose, then it's just like perpetually awful. Next time they cuddle, I'm gonna wash my hands first. Be nice if we had friends to help. We do have friends to help. Kiwi. Hi, Kiwi. I must go back to work. Bye, y'all. Froggo, see you later. Do 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 do. Current favorite mount is the pod from Nier. I'm gonna have to, in my own time, eventually do those Nier raids. They're not until the end of Shadowbringers, right? Slash announce cancel Terra. Hi, Mac! Mac, how your day? How are you? Your horse with the propeller hat and starter is pretty cool. Yeah, my Kieran may be incredibly magical and glowy and fantastic, but where's the propeller hat? I think Becky wins this round. No propeller hat, 0 out of 10. You know, you were talking about people sitting on bits, but I'm sitting here accumulating a mini horde because I had no idea when's good to use them. Bits? Do you mean like Twitch bits? Oh, my little chat points, the Zimbits, the Zimbits. Yeah, I need something to get you guys to dump those points. Love the animation of me hanging from the pod. You don't like the animation of me hanging from the claw? Look at this little bean.
I love you, bitch.
I love you too, DR. Look at this little bean. Give community goal! Okay, I will, Mac. Looks painful? No, it's very delicate. It's like it's got me by the scruff. Like, you know, if you scruff a cat, it's like got me by that. It's actually quite delicate. You lie. I do, Mac. Something you're gonna learn about Terra. Terra lies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. You can pull these points from my cold dead hands. I'll post the schedule on Sundays. Okay, listen. Sundays, I usually sleep in because Saturday nights are eventful. And then Spess and I will usually watch like a show or something in the morning. And then I watch JoJo's with you guys in the Discord. And then after that point, it's usually either a little bit of like editing, like a video or something that I'm working on, or playing something with IRL friends. So listen, my Sundays are actually quite busy. They would be less busy if I woke up before noon, but you know, that's neither here nor there, I think. Bitch, it's Tuesday. No, but Mac's calling me out on the fact that I never post my schedule on Sunday, even though I'm supposed to post my schedule on Sunday. I heard a lot of excuses there, Tara. You guys are so right. Oh, have you used all your bait? In that case, let us see the fruits of your labor. Speaking of cats, my fat cat has lost weight, possibly from the kitten harassing her. That's so cute, Izagi. Getting a lot of exercise. Oh, it would seem that, at the very least, you are the faster hunter. But speed is not everything. For my part, I slew 6 gulo gulo. Oh, get fricked. I killed like 8. Aye, that you have, my lord. As for sir, the meat of 8 gulo gulo did he bring. A fine day's work, and undeniably the greater portion. Bah, a loss, is it? And how confident I was in my chances. Nevertheless, it is a testament to your skills as a hunter and a warrior. How fortunate I am to count one so talented among my allies. And with that, our game is concluded. Let us return to Mol Elo forthwith, and let us have Sir present our meat to Serena. He's constantly pouncing on her. Kitty getting exercise. Also, I really want to see your reaction to the near raids, but if you desire to do them in your own time, then that is all well and good. Yeah, I'm not too sure yet. We'll see. Mayhap you are unfamiliar with traditional Zela cuisine. Let not its appearance deceive you. It is quite hearty and nourishing. Were it not so, I doubt they could have nursed me back to health. You would have seen, you should have seen the state I was in. I'm gonna be lurking while I cuddle with kitties and watch No Game No Life for added serotonin spray. I love you. Enjoy kitty cuddles. And NGNL. Hien is so humble he lost and was like, well, I lost, congrats, I'm glad you're my friend. Hien is wholesome. Too wholesome. Susj. Also guys, I added a few new better Twitch TV emotes. One of them is, it's shrug, but with an E on the end. So like, shrudge. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's pretty good. You're returned. Sir, how was your hunt? It was like this. My word, this is impressive. Or were you so hungry that you felt the need to kill so many? Yeah, there it is, Mac. We also have Pepe Deflate. Well, I shall endeavor not to disappoint you with all my cooking. Red Mage Sword. We'll see if the automatic thing decides it's an upgrade. Bah, it has decided it's an upgrade. Oh no, you guys. Our glam. What's gonna happen? Guys, we might get ugly as sin if we press this button. I'm not pressing that button yet. I don't want to be ugly as sin. I made a note of which seasonal ones I added, so I know to remove them. Mac, I'm so glad that you did that for us, because I did that last year and it was a handful. It was a handful to remember all the non-seasonal ones. Put your glam on a plate. Oh, this glam might be on a plate already. It'll be a little while before the meal is ready. If you and Lise wish to fill the time, perhaps you could assist Dorbe. He has many responsibilities and would welcome your help. Nor would you regret making his acquaintance, for he is liked and respected by all. You may find him by the other yurt, taking stock of our supplies. Do I have this on a plate? I can't even access the plates? Okay, next time we're in a sanctuary, I'm gonna see if I have it on a plate already. Enjoy the leveling experience, look terrible, just for the moment. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. It gave us a dress! And our nice sword earrings are gone. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? I trusted you. I trusted you, Gray. Ah, one of the newcomers. Welcome. I spoke with Lise. I bade her help the children gather fuel for the cook fires. I trust it will be a good experience for all. For you too, perhaps. Seek them in the south across the bridge. Blech. Blech. What is this fucking kilt we got on? Lurk, shower time. Enjoy your shower. It's a robe. Classic fantasy look. It's clashing. It's clashing. It's not giving right now. It's giving laundry day, 100%. It's giving, I don't care about fashion. I just wear like whatever I want. Leveling gear is pain. It truly is. Pet the mod. Thank you for petting Mac. Mac needs it. Laundry day. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? You would look at this and go, oh, it's laundry day, isn't it? You chose that skirt with that top. Just a quick reminder, you're beautiful, important, and you matter. Keep your chin up. All right, let's quest. My chin is up. Oh boy, what is this? What in the nightmare fuel? Oh my God. Rain, that's so sweet. Thank you for saying that. That's so freaking awesome. Beep-a-doo, beep-a-doo. Where's the quester? I appreciate the follow. Welcome in. My man, you were really gonna diss kilts with Scottish person in your chat? Listen, I'm not dissing kilts. I'm dissing this top with this kilt, okay? It's giving laundry day. I'm gonna stay by that statement. Oh, sir, are you here to help too? Yep. You are dissing. I am not. I'm dissing this kilt in particular. Great. So I suppose Dorbe told you that the children and I are gathering fuel for the fires, did he? It'll need to be dried before they can burn it, of course. You do understand what we're here for, right? Only some people can be a bit squeamish about this sort of stuff. Then again, you've never minded getting your hands dirty, have you? Anyway, we're trying to get 4 piles each. Good luck, and keep an eye on the children while you're at it, eh? Is Lise Canadian? Is Lise Canadian? Hello? That was like not 1 but 2 A's in a row. A Canadian in my fantasy game? It's definitely high fantasy then. Canadians aren't real and don't exist. Cancel Terra? You would not. Oh, I'm picking up poop. Gathering dung. I didn't realize. Hey, there's a child here. Hello, child. How you doing? Oh, you're Lisa's friend. Are you here to help us too? Yes. I'm here picking up poop. Binks is in my lap and her paw on my hand. How am I supposed to get up? You can't. Binks has claimed you. You live there now. The only thing that doesn't match is y'all's attitude. Oh my lord. Calling me out on my bullshit? Hello, I'm here to pick up poop. There's one down there. There's probably one up here, right? Where's the poop? Nope, none up here. Hashtag cancel Jolly, yes. Oh my god, the minute we're in a town, I am glamming. I can't handle this. Hello, poop? Where are you? Of course I jest, y'all can bash kilts if you want. I actually think men in kilts are a whole ass vibe. I just want to state that for the record. I think men wearing kilts are very nice. Very nice. However, this kilt in particular is not giving. It's absolutely not. Where's the last poopy? Men wearing kilts? What is that emote? Are you gonna give me dung if I kill you? Oh, I didn't even check out the new sword. It's lacking the distinct glow. Pepper, did I give you a proper hello? Hi, Pepper. Pepper. Hi, Pepper. What is this sword like? Eh. I like the crystal. Actually, it's kind of nice. It's more reserved. And I like the little endy bit, the little pointy end. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Maybe I won't glam over it right away. Oh, it's browse but customized. Got it. Honestly, I find a highlight of my life that one person was attempted to cancel you on Twitter for some reason. I mean, that's just the nature of Twitter. You go on Twitter, you get canceled. It just goes that way. It be like that. Red Mage deserves to be able to mix and match weapon and crystal. Agree! Oh my god, agree. Yes, please. Give me an offhand crystal and a main hand sword. Game, please. Or at least cosmetically. Bro, where's this last poop? Am I dumb? Do you know where the last poop is? Traveler, I will not lose to you. I shall find 3 times as much dung as you, at least. Can you tell me where the last dung is? I can't find it. Also today I had the official Nier Twitter account reply to something I commented on one of their posts so I can die happily. Dude, whenever like big names comment on things that you do, it's like, it's nice. It's very nice. Makes you feel special and acknowledged and noticed. Hello, is there poop down here? Why am I struggling with this quest? Can't get away from cleaning up poop, can we? No, we can't. It's the cycle of games. Oh my god, it's right there. It's literally right there. How embarrassing. I got the poop. Well, have you found your share yet? Here you go. Good work. I hope you took the time to talk to the children while you were at it. I talked to a couple of them. Hello, children. Lise, look how much dung we have. Wow, I'm impressed. I thought we'd gathered a lot, but it looks like we'll have to admit defeat. Dorbe will be happy we found enough. Not just Dorbe, now we can continue making cheese. Not that I was worried. It was easier when we were living near that forest, but dung works just as well as wood. Ugh. I heard the mole move from place to place, that the gods tell you where to go. That must be hard on you all. Hard? I did not understand. Why is it hard? It is better for the animals to move, to have more food to eat and land to roam. To stay in one place is harder, no? From the heavens comes the rain, which nourishes the soil. From the soil comes the grass, which nourishes the beast. From the beast comes the flesh, which nourishes the Zela. Ours is the soil of one and all. But you Westerners are like the Domans. You live in the same place in villages, and all the villages are in one place, are part of a nation, yes? Hien talks about nations sometimes. When he was injured, he spoke of Doma in his sleep, but I did not understand his words. Whenever I ask him about Doma, he just smiles and looks to the south. It reminds me of my mother when she waits for my father to return from a long journey, but Hien will not wait any longer, will he? Because you came for him, to take him back, because his nation is more important. Aww. I'm not sure how to answer this. A nation is a place, I suppose. A place, and the people in it. And maybe the things, too. Please, please? But more than that, it's the history, the traditions, the words, the stories we tell ourselves and our children, everything that came before and everything that comes after. The place we were born is part of who we are. We carry it with us, no matter where we go. Whoever, whatever we become, that part remains, that link to our fathers and their fathers before them. It's not important to everyone, I suppose, but that's fine, because but that's important to Hien and to me. Some call the mole fools for listening to the elder gods, but it is our way, our pride, our nation? Something like that. It's something precious that you and others share, and that no one can ever take from you. But we can talk more about it later. It's time to go home. Dorbe is waiting. God, I hate this. I hate this. I need glam. I'll stay with the children. Why not go and let Serena know how we got on? My win for today, I just booked a decluttering service, which is very much needed for my home. I'm nervous, but they're coming on Friday. Wait, so like house cleaners, but just decluttering? Are they gonna reorganize for you? How does that work? I've had so many things crossed out on my bucket list that wasn't even there to begin with. Getting reactions from the near people. Yes, they literally organized for you. Huh. My win for today is I'm signing off work right now. Yo, big W, Gray. Massive W. They helped me clean out all the junk and figure out a way that will make more sense for you. Wait, that's so cool. Welcome back, sir. Did you speak with Dorbe? Well, then you will forgive me if I ask you to wash your hands. I shall pour you a cup of milk tea in the meantime. The meal is almost ready, so we should summon Hien and go Setsu. Our delicious dung-fired meal. Disgusting. Literally full of poop. A little bit of wood, mostly full of poop.
She needed the rest, to come so far and carry so much.
Carry so much shit.
Strange that they should vanish so soon.
I hate this skirt.
Not troubled by your old wounds, I see.
Nor you by yours. I know I should have fled with the others after Father died, instead of blindly fighting on. It was reckless and foolish, and there was naught to be gained from it. Everything to lose, rather.
We know no path save the one we walk. I myself am in no hurry to meet those who have gone before. Not while I have still to make amends.
Well said.
I wonder who's the better... Oh, never mind. I was like, I wonder who's the better samurai between them. I guess it's Hien.
You are none the worse for your time in the wilderness. On the contrary, I would say you have improved.
Gosetsu was going easy on him. It's okay.
Come now, your victories still far exceed mine.
The chin strap. You don't like the chin strap, Becky?
I feared I would not see you again.
Aw, sentimental Gosetsu.
A life so fortuitously saved should be spent wisely. Without regret, would I have traded it for our people's amnesty had it been their will.
Terra suffering glam withdrawals? I literally am.
They have called for the sword, and so that is what I must be. Until this blade is broken, I can but carve a path forward.
Would it look better if there was a mustache here? Let me like spam my mouse so it looks like a white mustache. Yeah, he would look better with a mustache.
Were you truly so concerned for my well-being? You never showed it when I used to spar.
I wonder who's... Chad, thank you for the clip.
How you cried when you lost, and when your mother tried to comfort you, and when you inevitably came at me once more, swinging your wooden sword wildly. Mina's little Master Shun. What a fine young man you've become.
A man should not be addressed by his childhood name. I've told you about that before. Ah, the mask slips. And I was so close to cultivating a winning persona.
There will be opportunity enough for putting on airs after you have returned in triumph to Doma. Now is the time to show our true character.
I'm gonna say it. Oreos are great. Better with milk. Almost necessary. Not true. They're good as is, but milk just elevates them to that extra little level of chef's kiss. Gosetsu was around for Hien's whole life, more or less, so it makes sense he was afraid he has lost him. Yeah. But I can't have milk. Get dairy-free milk. That's what I do. Shun, was it? Smiley face.
Yes. 'Tis a name my parents gave me as a child, but I should like to think I have long since outgrown it.
You've never had Oreos with milk? Huh? Huh?
But as you seem determined to bring it
I'm
back
so
into
confusion.
use, I believe a match is in order. If I win, you will be honor-bound to divulge one of your darkest secrets.
You don't want to know my darkest secrets. You don't want to know my darkest secrets. You've never had cookies with milk? What? What? You've never sat You've never sat in front of a TV and ate half a package of cookies with milk. And then if you leave the cookie in the milk for too long, it falls apart and then you lose half your cookie inside the milk, and if you don't save it fast enough, then it just becomes like texturized milk. Do you dunk them or what? Yes, but don't dunk them for too long, otherwise it'll fall apart like I just said. Well, my friends, I, for one, am full of vim and vigor. I trust you feel the same. Then what better time than now to undertake our trial and become full-fledged warriors of the mole? Don't really care about any of these other weapons. Boop, boop. Your character's darkest secret is their huge lust over Xenos' juicy ass. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Never really was allowed to be on TV till I was 16, so sadly no. Oh no! Now then, Serena, if you would tell us of the trial we must undertake that we might participate in the Nodum. Yes, as I mentioned before, to be recognized as warriors of the steppe, one must follow in the footsteps of the legendary warrior Bardum. He embarked on a great pilgrimage, eschewing cart and horse, and walked for many malms until he came to a holy place, thereafter named Bardum's Meadow. There, at the altar, as he did, you must pray. The altar lies deep within the breeding grounds of the Yol. To complete your trial, you must tame one. Only then will your trial be complete. Fair enough. And where's the entrance to Bardum's Meadow? The old, oh, still have milk, need more cookies. Oh, still have cookies, need more milk dilemma. Literally, Bakma. That's the same for chips and dip. If you have like a bag of chips and like French onion dip, and you finish the chips before the dip is over, it's like, oh crap, well, I'm gonna have to get more chips. And then you get more chips, and then you run out of dip too soon. And you're like, crap, I'm gonna have to get more dip. Rinse, repeat for forever. Never had chips with dip. Chat, my sweet summer child. There's so much you must experience. What you need to do, you need to go to the store, chat. You need to go to the store, you need to get some plain chips, then you need to get a container of sour cream, and then you get French onion soup mix. You put that French onion soup mix in the sour cream, you mix that shit up real good, and boom, there you go. There's your French onion dip. It's so good. It's so good. I now have a craving. That's it, I'm going to the store. I'm ending chips. I'm ending chips. I'm ending stream to go get chips is what I wanted to say. Goodbye, guys. Goodbye. When you have $5 to spare. Yeah. Ripple chips, not plain. Well, I mean plain ripple chips. Hello? But yeah, they do need to be a thicker chip, that's true. Or they'll just break under the weight of the sour cream. Based homemade dip, sour cream, mayo, garlic powder, and onion powder. That sounds fire. You must journey far, far to the west, beyond Chakazo, where lie the bones of a great and wise woman. Beyond the ruins of Seol Inn, hidden within the mountains, is a narrow pass. Follow it, and you will come to Bardum's Meadow. Sounds to me like it'll just be a trial of getting to the trial. More than you may know, on the eve of the Nodum, many strive to improve their fortunes, some by abducting and enslaving the warriors of other tribes. Be ever mindful of your surroundings, lest you be taken as well. They literally kidnap people to fight for them? Hello? I have something called salad herbs in an herb bottle, which is so good. I will never go without it, but I couldn't tell you the composition. How do you still have it then? How has it not run out? Or is it like a family secret that you can't tell us? Tara's personally ending chips because Jad has not had them with dip. True. I literally just wrote chips and dip on my shopping list. I'm sorry I did this to you guys. It's so good though. Ha! What grim expressions you wear while nodding so powerfully. Warriors such as you are not like to fall en route to a mere rite of passage. I like his scar, gives him character. We shall proceed with all due caution, yes, but let us not worry overmuch. You know what this scar is giving? Doesn't, what's his name? Rurouni Kenshin? Doesn't he have like an exact scar like this on his cheek? Or is it on his forehead? It's a really old ass anime, I can't remember. Whew. We will overcome this trial and the next until we stand triumphant. That is all there is to it, no? Isn't the joke that this tribe kidnaps males and is possibly heavily gay? Nice. Nice. With me, my friends, to the west, to Bardum's Meadow. As long as it's consensual. Put the link to salad herbs in stream discussion. Thank you, thank you. Wait, Hien! Oh dear, I knew I would forget. Here, take these whistles. Once tamed, your Yol will hearken to their call. Potentially getting a new mount? Thanks, we'll try them out once we finish the trial. Let's catch up to Hien and Gosetsu. Guys, where's the nearest sanctuary? I am suffering. I am suffering immensely. Glam withdrawals. Jolly, you know that's fair. You hardship Serena and Hien, not gonna lie. They're a cute couple. We still have a long way to go, and I think I can see that. I think I can see the monument Serena talked about. I don't see Hin or Gosetsu though. We should hurry. Just go to Ul'dah, Ishgard, or whatever. You know what? I didn't attune to... Oh, I haven't been to this city yet. You can go to this city. It's kind of far from where we're currently questing. You know what? I'll suffer it. I'll suffer it. It's okay. I'll try to endure. Hey, I don't know about you, but I can't shake the feeling someone's watching us. Serena did warn us about tribes that kidnap warriors and make them fight for them. Something tells me we're about to meet them. Actually, I have a better solution. I have a better solution to my problem. Where is it? Problem solved. Problem solved. We just put on our old pants. Everything's fine. The steps are actually the part that made me quit last time? Really? Pourquoi? Why, Izagi? What happened? Oh, they're not gonna clump, are they? Literally just switching out our pants made everything better. How big of an upgrade is it? Not a massive one. Can I just point out the music is banger? Dude, Stormblood's music has been very good. The size of the zone, DPS queues, new expansion queues. Oh, it was probably a struggle. This area is massive. The underwater area is massive too, but this area in particular. The underwater at least had the benefit of being like really unique and different. I refer to this place as Azim Steppe just because it's fun. Azim Steppes. Ah, there you are. As you can see, they left us little choice. I gather you were forced to dispatch a few yourself. So it goes. A few less warriors to face in the Nadam, eh? Seol Aeon is not much further. That said, I should be surprised if our would-be masters do not try to subdue us one final time. And the ether currents being all over the oversized zones. In fact, let's do a little ether current hit, see if one's nearby. 242 to the east? 220, whoops, wrong button. 242 yalms to the east. 163. 132. I don't have eyes on it yet. There it is! I'm glad you mentioned ether currents. How many times would I have run past this one without knowing? Good job, Sylvatus Bell. Proud of you. I need something less peaceful for BGM. Where's the next nearest one? 428 to the south. I'm sure our quest will take us to this thing at some point, and then we'll look for it. What is? I thought that was a wall. Kunkulu! It's literally a wall. Hello? Hello? What is this mob? Oh my god, that's hilarious. It's just a wall with a face. How is this a naturally occurring creature? I can't get over it. What is it gonna do? I wanna fight one. What is it gonna do? Look at me? Fall on me, maybe? Maybe it's like those things from Mario, I can't remember their names. Oh, I should really be using my melee combos. I just have like a full bar. All right, what do you do? Show me. You're a caster? I guess that makes more sense than literally falling on me. All right, fair enough. Any ether currents? I think that's the same one as before. Didn't Cuphead have a boss that fell on you? Wall or tombstone or something? Yes, it was a gravestone. It was a gravestone. Hello. Ooh. I think I've seen that sword before, but I still love it. Right. This must be the path that leads to Barnum's Medal. They say no foreigners have overcome this trial, but, well, there's a time for everything, no? Don't want none of those. Thank you very much. And we get a Yol whistle in the footsteps of Bardum the Brave. Just want to see what kind of glams other people are getting. That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. That's not bad. Nothing left but to begin then. To complete the trial, we must each pass through Bardum's Medal and tame a Yol. How precisely we are to do this, I'm not sure, but since countless warriors before us have succeeded, I imagine we'll muddle through somehow. But enough talk, we have a Nodum to win. Hang on, 2 people are here? Does this mean this is a dungeon entrance? Bwong. It is a dungeon entrance. Bwom. Hi guys! You wanna do dungeon? You wanna do dungeon? You wanna do dungeon? Whoop, whoop. Unlurk. Hi Golsif! Golsif, you wanna do dungeon? Or is it a trial or is it a dungeon? It's a dungeon. Level Schnickshty 5. Dude, Jolly, you're level 83 already. You're schmoving. You're schmoving. Sure. Ha. We need heals. If I can figure out how to. We got there. Took me 3 tries, but we got there. Oh, we have a healer. We just need DPS. Dude, this glam is cute as frick. I'm not trying to upskirt you. I'm sorry. I'm just really small. I was not trying to upskirt. I promise. I'll heal you. Go as hard as you like. Nice. You are moving 100%. I love it. I like the glam. He's a nice one. All right, let's go. Woo. I hit escape. How do I anti-escape? There it is. Dark Knight has been super fun, also super edgy. What is that? Are these walls gonna come to life? Like the ones outside? Food check. Food check. Gotta eat my boiled eggs. Hi. Whoop. Interrupted my casting. Whoopsies. Hiya. Dude, I really like the walls. I really like the walls. They're so stupid. What a stupid mob. Ow, I walked right into that one and I got parallelogrammed. Help! I'm parallelogrammed. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I walked straight into it. Dude, so my AoE, I guess it upgraded to impact at some point. The new animation for it is actually insane. It's that big red explosion. Like, it's too much. I love it, but it's very extra. The fact that it gives like visual distortions as well. Would you say it's so much extra? I would. So I love you. Garula. There's little sheep around. I have concerns for mine safety. Whoa. Oh, I interrupted my melee combo. That's embarrassing. What? What does this mean? Oh my, help! Help! I'm terrified. All the animals got aggroed. I don't know why. Someone please. I don't know what the deal with these animals passing through is, but I'm just gonna continue to ignore them. Piety ring? No. Ow! Ooh, intelligence ring. It's more than likely an upgrade. Just gonna greedily need it. What just happened? So the deal with the animals is if you're tethered, you run to anywhere a coeurl isn't. Oh. What is this giant rock golem? Oh, there's a coffer. The giant golem is the dance party? Tell me we get a dance party in this dungeon. Tell me. I need it. There's a whole bunch of them. Oh, one of them is a boss. Okay. Here we go, fun boss. Good luck, Terra. Thank you. Yeah, you who would walk after Bardom, he who was strong as the earth, swift as a horse, brave as a thunder. What is happening? I'm trying to read the text while also. Ah! Oh, I see. Why am I X'd out? What happened? I got X'd out? Bardam's price. You are being punished for failing Bardam's trial. At 2 sacks, I'll be unable to move? First trial overcome? The second trial is upon you. You get penalized for not doing the mechanic. Ah! Good luck, you guys. Oh. There was a tiny gap in between and I just moved in the overlapping. You're sad, Waffle, it's okay. The only way you can get better is by losing a whole lot. Do, do. Hey, I'm free. Be not afraid of falling stars, it says. Oh, Jesus. Holy dance party. I need to sprint. Ugh. The little victory jingle. Yeah, you worthy successors of Bardam. Yours is the step. Yours is the step and everything in it. Whee! That was weird. So it was a boss fight, but not a boss fight. It was just an avoidance fight. The dance party, I guess, as you guys so aptly named it. Whee! Splat. Oops. Oh my God! What in the Indiana Jones is going on? Oh, there's more. Of course there's more. Ooh, treasure coffer. Sir Terrabellum, I like the sound of that. Hey, thanks. Made it myself. Did a 2-hour survey for your opinion on government problems and spending your views on volatile topics, and they are sending you 175 for the study. So you put in some answers and you're getting free money. That's great. Literally free stonks. Yep. Oh. All confidential too. Very cool. None of this stuff is for me, Sage. You're in a couple groups that do that. Once won a trip to Minnesota out of it. Yo, hook me up. I want to fill out surveys and get goodies. Is this the Yole? Minnesota. Do. Oh, this is the Yole. Whoop. This little wind AoE's around the... Whoa. Okay. I really like this battle theme. Ooh, I got myself confused. Are we poking each other? Ah! We're kicking the crap out of each other. Right wing. Now we're beating up the wings on it. I can do that. Nice. Actually, I can at least used to. We'll try to remember. I mean, if you can. Free stonks. Ooh, Nomad's Code of Casting. Oh, it's too poofy. I don't mind it though. It is unfortunately an upgrade. GG gamers! Thanks for party. So it turns out in order to tame a Yole, you beat the crap out of it. I should have known you'd be the first to make it through. Hey, let's go! Hey, let's go! Hi, Nico. The Stormblood boss music is a fucking bop. It really is. I'm assuming you had no trouble. Good, good. I managed somehow, as you may have guessed. But the other two. Looks like Hien and Gosetsu are still in there, though. Nothing for it but to wait, then. Hello? Is this the Yole mount? Alright, I've still got those whistles Serena gave me. Here's yours. I suppose we ought to give them a try like she said. Bird. Up there, look. I like their tails a lot. I think that means we've won them over. That one is yours, right? The other one is mine. Aw. You've already won me over. So that's that then. We're officially warriors of the steppe. None of this gear is for me. Boop, boop. Give me my whistle. Give me my. Where is it? Where does it go under? Mount guide. No, that's minion guide. Mount guide. Nope, that's companion. Mount guide, please. There we go. Oh, it's in my inventory. There we go. Yol. You can replace the Titan pony. Don't like the Titan pony. Oh my. I thought it would scale down to the size of a Lalafell. It does not. It in fact does not scale down at all. It stays the same size. Jesus Christ. It's so big. Ooh, hang on, a different robe of casting. I mean, it's kind of cute actually. Very poofy. It's kind of cute. The Children of Azim. You don't think they... No, of course not. He and Gosetsu will come out any minute now. I suppose we could chat a little while we wait. Oh, so the other day I said to Alize, I said... Not the casual conversation, Elise, please. Not the casual conversation. Gonna sleep, EJ. Have a good, comfy sleep. Oh. Hey, Gosetsu! Oh, and Hien. You guys finished at the same time.
Mission accomplished. Everything's still in one piece?
Okay, since this is a cutscene that I can like manually control, guys, I have to pee. I have to pee really, really badly. We're gonna BRB real quick. We're gonna go pee, and then we'll be back. See you in 1 sec. Need to be booty blasted by the bubble jet. There we go. Amazing. If y'all trying to act like you don't sit right where the bubble jets are, you're lying, okay? You're lying. That's all I'm saying. I'm killing the fish. Ah!
Of course.
All right, so we go for Micah in secret. We go for Micah in... Again, Rachel is a poop machine. We need a new horse. This one's just pooping. This one is just pooping. Look at this. What a disaster of a horse I've gotten myself. Echo! Thank you for 10 emeralds.
Sound alerts aren't working for me, so pretend this is a realistic knocking
Okay,
noise.
okay, here we go. Let me hang on. Give me a second. Knock, knock, knock. Oh my God, Echo. Oh, Jesus. Did I sell it? Did it work? Did it, was that good? Did you get the dopamine? Did you get the dopamine? I was expecting to fight one of you, not both of you. Weakness to ice. I don't have any ice. Oh my God, my butthole clenched so hard when I saw his little just chilling there. Oh my fucking Christ almighty. Oh. Oh. Better ingredients, better pasta. That's the power of Home Depot. Yo, hook me up with the... No! No!
Him again?
No! No! If something suddenly makes a loud noise, I'm not even gonna... Is this moving or is it just... It's just shadows, okay. I'm putting my glasses back on now. Live video, not pre-recorded or anything. Setting myself up for some kind of meme. Lobster! Oh! Just kidding, just kidding. Oh, you guys, did I forget to put the cooldown back on that? You guys, that's supposed to have a long cooldown. Hang on. Hang on, let me go fix that right now. Before people start spamming. No! Why cooldown? Because this. Because this. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god, okay. Whew. 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 Just keep playing while you guys repeatedly smash the... Yes, you guys are Mac. Correct. You are monsters.
More or less, aye. That mountainous monstrosity came as quite a surprise. Who knew that the steppe held such secrets?
I see the two of you emerged similarly unscathed. Well then, by my reckoning, there is naught left to prevent us from taking part in the Nardum.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. Oh, yikes. Eventually one of your ideas will work. Eventually.
Yea, you who have walked Bardam's metal. Newborn warriors of the steppe. Our Khan demands an audience. You will come.
It's pronounced Khan? They ignore the K?
I remember those clothes. He's Oronir, isn't he? What should we do?
Ordinarily, I would politely decline, but this may be an opportunity to assess their strength. And we do have some time before the Nardum begins. If it all goes to plan, they will be fighting for us soon enough. What say you? Shall we go and greet our comrades-to-be?
True, because if we do win the Nardum, they'll be fighting with us. Why not? Because his goal is to have them all
Whatever happens, we
join
shouldn't
him.
keep Siren and the others waiting. Let's be ready to make a swift exit, all right?
We accept your Khan's generous invitation. Lead the way.
What are they? We can walk ourselves. They don't need to be picking us up. Did you miss Bardam's Dance Dance Revolution? Yes, you did, Ray. I got caught in between two people. You know the AoEs that like surround one person? I got caught in between two people's overlapping AoEs, so I got locked out. I got put in chains. Rolling, we could have had it all. You're gonna wish you never had met me. What's up, Mannequin? Are you bopping some Adele? Is that what's happening?
2 banners.
I'll put you in
So
chains.
it's not
Promises,
just Oronir we're
Waffle. You
dealing
haven't
with.
done it yet. 2 banners. Wait, who teamed up together then? The Oronir and who's the second clan or tribe? Oh no, is he gonna be hot? He's gonna be hot, I can feel it.
Most radiant brother Magnai, we have brought the ones you seek.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's best made chicken fajitas. I'm very excited. Oh crap, he's hot. Magnai.
You conquered Bardam's metal.
Is there a leak above my desk? What is this leading into? I feel like a pun is coming. You have synonym roll? I'm so jealous. I want a good synonym roll. No, I know that I have one guaranteed message you will read and respond to every stream. That is my opener. So I must make it worth it each time. That's actually so true and I hate it. I hate it. I'm usually so attentive to people's first message in a stream and then I'm dumb as hell and miss everything. Is that a leak on my plate? No, it's rice and chicken fajitas. And yes, I know it's not pronounced that way. I just like to pronounce it that way. I'm the same way with this guy. It's so unfortunate how odd he is. He's gonna be a dick, isn't he? The other time you ignore my messages when they become annoying or too much, I totally understand. Thus, I saved the most importantly weird one for the first messages. Vatican, you can't just read me like that. Come on, come on, come on. Just like grammar used to make. Oh my god. What looked like a leak? Maybe it was the fachida? Maybe, wait, was it the fachida itself? Maybe, I don't know. Rice? Fachida. Wait, it's not really on screen. See? Fachida? Rice. Was it the fachida that looked like a leak? Walks into the Ornir fortress. Oh great, it's this freaking guy.
As warriors of the Mole, you were the Khan here, yes?
Why did they just ignore the king?
Why have you summoned us? Mayhap to propose a joint endeavor?
Ooh, a joint endeavor?
Nay, Doman, we shall not speak as equals.
Oh.
Born of the sun are Orenir, and born of the earth are you.
Oh, he's an asshole. Oh, he's an asshole.
When I learned of trespassers, I bade my warriors take their measure, to flay them if they failed. But if by the grace of
Does he have a shirtless entourage though?
Trials and emerge anointed, then bring them hither to pay tribute.
He keeps shirtless
Tribute,
boys?
should it prove satisfactory, shall earn you the favor of the sun. His beloved shall bask in his radiance, and their supplications be duly considered.
So you want us to bow down and serve you? What if we don't feel like it?
The other dude is Didacul, the Khan of the Baduga. Oh, so the Baduga is the other tribe here.
The defiant will suffer in shadow. It would be an affront to the resplendent Hazim himself to refuse this generous offer when by rights you should be condemned. But in lieu of tribute, swear fealty to the sun. Pledge to him your body and soul. Promise to serve him unto death, and you may know his glory.
Body and soul?
A generous
body and
offer
soul?
granted to but few. Though perchance this is too merciful.
Humble Bundle has an artist special. Absolutely bought it for the screen capturing software. Wait. Mac, OBS exists if you need to screen capture. Hello? Hello, OBS Studio? Hello?
The men only.
I was legit going... What did I just miss? Why does he want men? Wait, hello? Humble Bundle has an artist's... Oh, I read that one already. I was literally going to start this game on the MacBook Pro, but they do not have an updated version of it. Final Fantasy XIV? It doesn't... They don't have an updated version for Mac? OBS does exist, but I've tried recording there and it didn't feel good. Fair enough. I was trying to set up stream elements and your video card is apparently out of date. What card do you have, Pepper?
Like the Borlak and women. Though you know them not either, I'm sure. No matter. All you need know is that you will serve one way or another.
You don't know? Okay, if you're on Windows, bring up the Windows bar. Open up the Run application, like search Run, and then type in DXDiag. DXDiag. And then you'll find out everything that you have. It'll pop up another window after that.
That much does indeed seem plain. However, as we are but newborn warriors who know little of your customs, we struggle to conceive of ways in which we might be of service to the most gracious and illustrious sun.
14 version is for those Intel MacBooks, not the nifty swifty, ever so Apple grifty M1 MacBooks. So your MacBook's too old? This is so sad. My spoiled ass is used to how Camtasia does stuff. I'm not shelling out $300 for that. Yeah, that's oof. Just use Fraps, Mac, like it's 2004. You'll need to convert the RAM through in DXDiag. It outputs it in bits, if I remember correctly. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, so it'll look like way, way, way more RAM if you're not used to converting that way. Oh, it's too new. Okay, Rich. Okay, rich human, I see you. 1650. Oh, that is kind of old, isn't it? At this point, that is kind of old, huh? Mm-hmm.
You make mock of us, Doman. Do not do so again.
Help!
You will be given a task. It will be difficult. You will carry it out. When you have accepted this, you may ask me what it is.
Oh, these earrings are kind of cute. I miss our swords, though. The swords were way cuter. Hi, Didacool. Yes, yes. This one is special. Hey, thank you. Is this your weapon, sir? Yo, is this your weapon? It's very cool looking. Hey, Lesser Panda. You can't just climb on his weapon? That's rude. Although I could just climb on his weapon. No, I can't. Doesn't have a proper hitbox. Whew. So you're the first to step forward. Bold or reckless? I see why Didacool favors you. The Naadam approaches, and the Orinir will reign supreme once more. Such is the will of Father Azim. Yet only fools think to triumph by the grace of the gods alone, and we are not fools. Your task will be to aid us in our preparations. Batu will tell you the rest. You know what? Maybe now I'll automatically equip all this stuff. I accept your ugly equipment. This hat is not giving. We need a different hat. No. That's acceptable. That's too much. And that's purple. Whatever. We'll just run like this for now. This is more acceptable than what it was previously. We crossed our arms at him. What's he gonna do? Warriors of the Steppe, by the grace of our most radiant brother, you will not die this day, but instead be granted an opportunity to contribute to our cause. Rejoice, for this is a great honor indeed. Serve well and you will be rewarded. Hi Julie, people cute. Question, you keep calling Magna your most radiant brother. You're not related or something, are you? All Orinir are descendants of Father Azim, but if you mean to ask if our mothers are one and the same, then no. The most radiant is the elder brother to we younger, the strongest and most deserving of respect. No more interruptions. Your duties are as follows. You, the Red Woman, you will... Huh? You will milk our beasts to grow strong. One must be well fed, and we have great need of, okay, yeah, okay, yep, okay, yep, we're moving right along. We're moving right along. Is that it? I mean, I'm not happy about all this, but I suppose I can go along for now. They meant like milk and cheese, like cows. Like she'll milk the cows. You, the one who lumbers as a mountain. An old warrior, I see. We have arms and armor in need of repair. Go and speak with our menders. I have no talent for delicate work, but if that is your wish, then so be it. You, the insolent fool. As for you... This one carries the fire. The Baduga would take his measure. Seek my comrade outside, tending to the stores. He will give you your task. You will know him by his cloth. Unlike they of the yellow, we are of the green. I, for one, would welcome the opportunity to learn more of the Baduga and their ways. It would be an honor. Terra, livestock. Izagi, don't come for me, okay? Congrats on not falling into the classic streamer blunder. We shall speak of your task outside with me. It was close, Ray. It was close. I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna repeat the sentence, but originally I thought the word beasts, I thought it said breasts initially. Just hiding around the corner. I definitely originally thought it said breasts. So there's that. And that's why I hesitated so bad. Everyone pointed laugh at Terra. Oh, everyone does, Terra? It's not just me. I like had to stop and look a second time and I was like, oh. Why did it look that way initially, Ray? When I looked again, I was like, oh. That's so funny. I didn't fall for the classic streamer blunder. Last time I mixed up breasts and beasts, my wife left me. Man, your wife has left you so many times, Mannequin, for so many different reasons. Hi, Evelyn, welcome in. Your name, foreigner? Are you doting on me, Shu? Sir, then, you are to dive into Azim Khat, below the Dawn Throne, and gather swordgrass from the lakebed. It is an invaluable ingredient in many medicines. 8 bundles you will bring. You will need to dive deep to obtain that which you seek, but that shall pose no trouble for a true warrior, no? Some say the dominion of the Dawnfather and Duskmother does not extend beneath the water, but ours does. Indeed, the Oranir fear not, above or below. Speak with the guard to descend. We shall speak again when you have finished. Okay. I like this person's shirt. It's probably just like the questing shirt, but I like it. Is there a etherite here? Oh, there is. Are you playing with the children over there? Playing catch? I'm not washing my dishes today. It's too much work. Tomorrow, Mac is gonna hate you, but today, Mac is gonna be vibe. You're gonna take it easy and relax, but tomorrow, Mac is gonna be like, damn, yesterday Mac's an asshole. So just know that going into it. No, she's not, because I will be generating 1 dish. Yes, I know who you are. You wish to go below. Yes, please. You have a broken foot and no dishwasher. You'll survive. I believe in you. All right, down we go. Whee! Whoo, that's a big message. I don't like that. I don't like that waffle. I would say no. I would say no. Don't do that. Yeah, what Bannekin said. It's a no from me, dog. No. That sounds big scam territory. The minute a gift card is included in anything, it sounds massive scam for me. Yeah, I don't like the sounds of that at all. It's a no from me, dog. It's a no from me. Do. Evelyn, no. That sounds like a scam, Evelyn. It's a trap, literally. Hey, what do you mean too far away? There's no way you driving a car down here. Get off your car underwater. You can't just be driving cars here. This is a no car zone. Just click this link and give me your personal data and the last 3 digits, or the 3 digits on the back of your credit card. Oh, we should mount BGM. Gift card scams are so prevalent. The one that came with my order from Cyberpower PC had a transaction on it that happened whilst it was in transit inside the computer box. Wowza. Oh my god. Mac is a genius of Sweet Bean, and I appreciate her. Pepper, thank you for the elevated message. Thank you for the Twitch super chat, we'll call it. Love you, appreciate you. Mac is the sweetest bean, and we don't deserve. Mac is too good for us. Do 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 do. Gotta go make nuggies. Mac, have you tried to make homemade honey dill sauce yet? If you love me at all, you will try. Especially because you eat nuggies a lot. I fucking love honey dill sauce. If Super Chat doesn't come with free capelets, I don't want it. I'll say it, I've said it once and I'll say it again. The only reason that I'm slightly tolerant of the Super Chats is because they're at least a 70-30 split for the creator versus fucking everything else basically being 50-50. Honey dill is a local thing. That I know, Longle. That's why I'm pushing it everywhere, because I want it to be a thing everywhere because it is so good. And just go back underwater. Also, hi. Hi, Longle. I'm like appalled that it's a local thing because it's so good, it should not be. Doing the Lord's work, exactly. Why am I unmounted? Do I just Google honey dill? Yep, you will literally need 2 ingredients. Honey and dill. I just don't know the proportion to mix it because we can buy it pre-made here. You might need 1/3 ingredient? I don't recall. Mayo and honey, that's it. That's it. 50-50 mayo, honey, and then dill. Dill weed. And boom, there you go. Because I was like, honey isn't creamy enough, and it's a bit more creamy, and it's the mayo that's missing. That sounds so good. I literally cannot eat my nuggies or tendies without it. Well, I can, but they're just so much better with it. Whew. The other day we had little chicken wraps, and we put honey dill inside the wrap. God, it was so good. God, it was so good. It's good on fries too. Yes, it is. Never even heard of it. It is literally a Manitoban thing, like Canada, the province of Manitoba. It's literally a Manitoban thing, and it's not really done outside of here. Like fresh dill, yes. Like the herb. Here's your swordgrass. That you would immerse yourself in the depths is a testament to your bravery. Well done. Lest you wonder, we will use it to prepare potions to induce paralysis. In the Nodum, we must use every means at our disposal to delay our foes. He who inscribes his deeds upon the sacred ground shall be declared the victor. However, none may know this place until the Garl have scattered the soil. It matters not. We shall be swift as stallions and fierce as Baras. The steppe will be ours once more. Your tribute is accepted. We will return to the most radiant, and you may beg a boon. Hello, 1 boon, please. I beg of you. Yo, these two wrestling? We wrestling over here? This is it Final Fantasy X music? I'm back. I did the thing. Am I to understand you've completed your tasks? I know not what yours was, but mine was surprisingly simple. They bade me carry various goods and sundries from storehouse to storehouse. Alas, it was difficult to learn much with the Buduga swarming around me. You really like this area, especially as Aura. It's full of them. You dove deep into the waters to harvest swordgrass. I see that as well. Most radiant brother Magni, we have given you tribute as demanded. Were we to beg leave to depart with our comrades, would you consent? We never intended to press you into our service. And what? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna ignore that. And tribute offered in good faith cannot be denied. To grant you not in return would be an affront to Father Azim. However, the boon must be proportional to the supplications. What you ask far exceeds what you have earned. Then, if we must remain here, would you at least permit us to learn more of your people and your ways? Temblun Katan taught me but a fraction, you see. How this world born of the gods was to be their battlefield, their creations to fight in their stead. How Azim, father of the dawn, he who birthed the sun, and Nama, mother of the dusk, she who birthed the moon, made the Aura. Yet though these children warred for a time, eventually they laid down their arms and came to love one another, and so the gods bequeathed this world to their children and ascended to the heavens whence they came. Those born of the Dawn Father were called the Ra'an, and those born of the Dusk Mother were called the Zayla. So it was, and ever after. But I say to you, Brother Magni, how can this be? How can Oranir be the children of Azim if they are Zayla born of Nama? You amuse me, Domin, how you wield your ignorance as a weapon. Very well, I bid you speak with our elders and learn the truth of this world. Is my sword even more jagged than it was before? I think we got a sword upgrade, didn't we? Or is it the same one as previous? Oh no, it's a different one. And it's far more weirdly shaped. Oh, hello. Hello, John Dark Souls. And by that I of course mean John Final Fantasy. It's good to see you. Dude, I love the samurai outfit. It's so nice. Oi, you can't be riding your car in here. However, I'm gonna sit in the back seat. I live here. This is my home. Sounds like the one guitar track you wash up on shore. I was wrong though. It's definitely not. Oh, I missed a quest in there. Whoopsies. Let me just quickly grab this. That's because athletes over 26 are dead meat. It's a different world. Oh, talking sports ball. It's insane how athletic less than 18-year-olds are. It's because their bones aren't old yet. Jumping straight 4 feet in the air over 7-foot athletes. Decline the sale. Smart of you, Waffle. That was 100% a scam. Also, can I really quickly say I have COVID? Oof, the pain. Oh no, I'm 26. Same bud, welcome to the decline. Sir, your taxi is here once you want to ride. Yo, free taxi? Streamer privilege? I know what you're thinking, and yes, I could probably have convinced him to let us go had I handled that differently, but then we would have learned naught for our troubles. If there is one thing I know, it's that men of faith yearn to share it with others, and in learning more of their beliefs, we may learn more of other things. Things which may prove useful in the Nadam. When I was carrying out my task, I met an elder, a storyteller, named Urutai. Mayhap he can be our teacher. Alright, bet. Alright, bet. Alright, I'm gonna sit in seat number 4 this time. Seat number 2, I mean, of course. Oh my god, we're staring out the window. We're so cute. All right, Miss Uber driver. Guys, who's the hottest Uber driver you ever had? Mine is Sophie. I never went to Ubu Jabber. Do 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 do. 2 months until I'm dead meat. I never went to Ubu Jabber. Thank you, Rando. I love you. Oh, they should send out bulletins when you turn 25 that just says do yoga. Yes, please. If you're on eBay, just accept sales from people who have buyer rep already. Also got M&Ms with 1 milligram weed per piece, and they are great. Microdose phenomenon. I can spare no time for you. Other troubles demand my attention. What troubles? What ill fortune has befallen you? Not me, but my lambs. Some few wandered far and have yet to return. Mayhap they will return to their mothers in time, mayhap they will not. Mayhap you can help? If we must, then we must. Let us be about it, sir. We're gonna go collect lambs? What is this, Super Mario Odyssey? All right, Uvu Javer, bring me to the lambs. Dude, Lalafell sit in the car so cute. Look at this. Look at this precious little lamb. The hottest Uber driver I've ever had is me, duh. The correct answer is, I never went to Uvu Javer. Love giving gil to the needy. People who need gil always are nice. There's a lamb. Oh, I can't dismount. There's a lamb. There's a lamb. There's a lost lamb. Is he standing in the car? It's so cute because he's too small. I'm only little. Go home, lost lamb. Go home. All right, taxi. It's really cute that Hien is over there picking up lambs as well. Oh, how did that one get there? We passed one. Wow, I am not tipping this Uvu Javer because we literally passed one. Terra completely forgetting I Ubered him around for a bit. Oh yeah, Jolly, you did. And then you tried to take me through a zone that I couldn't get through. All right, the ride is complete. Thank you for the ride. Dude, looking at Rando dangling from the sky over there. It's pretty good. I definitely need that mount. That was your own fault? Yeah.
I love you, bitch.
I love you too, Mannequin. What a great mount that is. They're just dangling. All right, lost little lamb, go home. Dude, great. You talking about like doing yoga and stretches as you get older being a necessity reminds me of a comedian's bit where they were talking about like previously they rolled their ankle or something like that, and they went to the doctor and they were like, the doctor was like, oh well, like take like pain medication and then like do these stretches, and they're like, okay, well how long do I have to do the stretches until it's like better? And they're like, oh no, like that's just a thing that you do now. You just do that and you keep doing that until you and your shitty rolled ankle die, and that's it. It doesn't get better. That just makes it more tolerable. Lost lamb. That was Russell Peters' joke. I couldn't remember the comedian, but that sounds right. Those are the only two I remember. It's okay, I find them. I find them now. Me. On the airplane to Nashville, I should be careful, hang on. Let me get a safer direction. Okay, on the airplane to Nashville, I sat on my hands to keep them warm, woke up with pain in my right thumb. Did you break your thumb with your thick, juicy booty on the plane? Tell me you did, it will give me life. There really is life though. Once you hit your mid-20s, you will have this injury on and off forever. Enjoy that. Nobody warns you, even though they do warn you. Is that a lamb right there? I audibly laughed. It's been 2 weeks and I still have a sharp pain in your right thumb when you graze something. Yeah, you broke it with your thick booty. Oh, there's an ether current here. Hello? And a lamb. You don't belong on there, little lamb. Come on. This is why you're best streamer, Terra. Because I'm awful? Okay. Love it. Love that for me. Also, Jet, be safe. Don't burn yourself while cooking. I look forward to my knees being even worse than they are. Oof. You don't always just spam your compass for all life? No, I should. Especially if I'm in a new zone. Do 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 do. I flew once. I went to Arizona. Didn't know what to expect. This guy in a suit, clearly been many flights, comforted you, gave you the window seat. Didn't know they take cash only. He gave you peanut M&Ms. Aw, what the heck? That's so comfy, Jet. That's so sweet of them. Greetings. I trust all of our little explorers are safely accounted for. That they are. My thanks to you, Doman. Now, you had questions for me? Aye, I would know more of the Oronir, of their creation, and of Father Azim. As you wish. Come, let us sit. Gonna log off 14 for now. You have a lot to do when you wake up. Vibe out, Jolly. Vibe out. That's so crazy. Our flights are credit card only. I've only been on like 2 flights and they already had like the meals, I guess, part of the ticket price. So I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you what it's like. After he gave me a smile, I gave him a hug and we hugged for a good minute and said thank you for everything. Oh, Jet, that's so sweet. What the heck? Back with Nuggies. Before we begin, tell me, what do you know of the Aura and how they came to be? I like how we're sitting like ready for story time. Hello, Elder, please tell me story. In the days before men, Azim and Nama waged a bitter war. The Ryan were born of the Dawnfather. Oh, this one. And the Zayla were born of the Dusk Mother. Yes, yes, a common tale, and one believed by many tribes. But what it does not mention is this. Azim and Nama were lovers. Dude, I'm blocking him, but Hien looks so cute. Like waiting for story time. He looks so precious. I want nuggies. I had chili. Oh, I haven't had chili in forever. Spess, we should do chili soon. Oh, they fought in the beginning, as did their creations. That much is true. But when they saw how Zayla and Ryan rose above their hatreds and joined hands in harmony, their hearts stirred, and the love their children shared became theirs as well. Alas, he was of the sun and she of the moon. Apart they must remain, lest day and night cease to be, and with them all creation. They're star-crossed lovers. With sadness in their hearts, they return to the heavens, he to the day, she to the night, destined to walk before and after, never to meet. As time passed, Azim's yearning for his beloved grew deeper still. Was there truly naught that could be done, he wondered. At last he knew. If the father cannot be with the mother, then he shall go amongst her children, now and ever after. So it was that Azim took a fragment of his being, and with it fashioned an avatar. Clad in scale of midnight, he descended and sought out the Zayla. Yea, he was the first Oronir. We are of his flesh and his blood. We are the children of Azim. It is our duty to watch over and keep the Zayla safe. Wait, that's so cute. It was a great deal. I got to eat pizza at the third world's largest theatrical organ. Went to an aquarium and butterfly exhibit. Yo, that's so nice. I hated when teachers did that. Of course, I don't have waffles for the whole class. Why would I share my waffles? Right? It was super cool. Never went to any of them, and it was all on my list. Also went to In-N-Out for the first time too. In-N-Out is a popular US chain, is it not? I confess I did not expect the tale of your people's beginnings to be quite so romantic. Yet I must ask, if it is your duty to defend the Zayla, how can you go to war with them in the Naadam? Is that not a contradiction? If a father disciplines his son, does that mean there is no love in his heart? Zayla are not wont to kneel. They must be made to. Only then will they heed reason. I see. Such is the way of the steppe. Thank you, Elder, for sharing with us your wisdom. Eager to depart? Ere you go, you would do well to hear the end of my tale. When Naama looked down and saw the avatar of Azim, she knew him at once and shed tears of love and longing. When they struck the earth, they rose anew as a counterpart to the Oronir, their fates entwined. The Baduga? So you see, for every son of Azim is a daughter of Naama, for whom he must search even now. I like how you're just like sitting on a little cushion everywhere. Do, 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 do. 5-hour delay, oof. Safer not to fly in it though, of course. In and Out is the one I was bitching about the other day because they put religious propaganda in on their food wrappers. Bleh, disgusting. Sleep refuses to be my friend. Hi, EJ's second account. How you doing? Basically, they believe in soulmates. Oh, that's what they're saying. It's not the Baduga, but they're just saying for every one of them is a soulmate counterpart. That's precious. Mayhap I am being overly optimistic, but I sense the Oronir may prove loyal allies to Doma under the right circumstances. Their arrogance is rooted in the belief that they must act as caretakers of all Zayla. Therefore, if we can prove to them that we come as kindred spirits seeking to defeat a common foe. But mayhap this is a discussion for after we win the Nodum. Of course, let's return to Magni. The soulmate thing is going to become somewhat of a running joke. Okay. We back, bitch. You shine with the light of newfound wisdom. Could it be that you have at last accepted the supremacy of the sun? No matter. You have each completed your tasks and proven yourselves deserving of mercy. However, if it is freedom you desire, then there's one more thing you must do. Thanks to the Hydra DJ. Tell me these gloves are cute. Yeah, they're very mid. They're all right. It's cold AF, gonna use phone. Okay. Hiena's a better soul than I. I would have gotten this treatment from the Oronai and been like, I'm out. Same, Gray. Same. But Hien realizes that if they're going to win against the Imperials, we need the help of them. Despite them being assholes. Who is a Baka? You, Waffle. Baka. A pity you will not pledge yourselves to the sun. You might have proved useful in the coming Nodum. Nevertheless, I will permit you to return and fight for the mole. Their cause is futile, with or without your assistance. However, you must first complete a final task, as was my decree. You will reconnoiter the encampment of the Dotharl. Reconnoiter? Hien is very good boy, he is. Good leader. For this task, 2 will go, and 2 will remain. Should the 2 who embark on this expedition choose to flee, or be captured, or killed by the Dotharl, then the others will be taken as slaves and serve the sun unto death. Not it! Not it! Not it! I'm goated. We better not fail then, eh? The question is, who should we send? That is not for you to decide. All of you have conquered Bardam's Mettle and have proven yourself warriors of the steppe. You should all be equally capable of carrying out this task, and therefore you should have no objections. How goes story? We learned of the Zayla and how they started. Dude, I love the way Lalafels get shocked with their little arms in the air. Reconnoiter is to scout. Oh, okay, Ray, thank you. So often in this game, I've pulled up Google definitions because I'm dumb. Can't get an apartment yet, so gonna have 500k to use, around 400k for glamour stuff. Glamour more important. Because even if you get an apartment, don't you have to furnish it? So 500 is just the start of the costs. I thought this was about IRL at first. I did too, Evelyn, don't worry. The first choice of hostage shall be mine, though it is hardly a choice given the circumstances. The Red Woman will remain. Doubtless you are not the moon I seek, but stranger tales have been told, and the men are of no use to me. Bro, Bro, you can't do Elise like that. Come on. You may have your pick of the men. Yes, yes. Who did he pointed in between them. Who did he pick? Don't you dare pick me. Don't you dare. I want to go fight. You wouldn't. I'm a tiny little Lalafell. You would not. I am potato. Me, pick me. What are you looking at? Don't do it. Don't do it. The Firewalker. Yes, this Doman is my choice. I don't know whether to be flattered or insulted. May have both. I had hoped to see these undying ones for myself, but it seems it was not. Does this mean we get to go on an adventure with Gosetsu and just Gosetsu? I know you'll be fine, but permit me to wish you luck all the same. We will return soon, my lord, but if the Kami are unkind and we fail in our mission, then do what you must to survive, for Doma. Dothal Ka lies far to the south, where the grass turns to sand. Return with valuable knowledge, and all will be free to rejoin the mole. Now go. So tiny he almost didn't notice you. True. Prisoners! Have no fear, my friend. We shall see them freed soon enough. Let us quit this place and speak of our plans outside. Ah! How do you do that? Kneel? No, that ain't it. Sit? Wait. C-pose? Not this one. C-pose? Not this one. C-pose? There it is. Me too! Me too! Hey, we're all red. I see a blue quest, probably for an ether current. I must needs remember to come back here and do ether current quest. Adventure with best uncle, exactly. 'Tis plain they hope we will never return. I shall enjoy disappointing them. According to my map, there's a colossal wreck to the south which should provide a vantage point from which to survey Dothal Ka from afar. Let us go and do just that. Yes, sir, Mr. Gosetsu, sir. To the south? Ooh, quite a distance to the south. Hello, I would like to go down, please. Hi, Neon, welcome in. All right, we got a lot of running to do. That means Shiva BGM. Aggressive Shiva music. Neon, did you work today? Oh, we could taxi. There's a taxi available. Look at that taxi. It's tempting, but then my Shiva music would stop. The guy who's in charge of ruining my favorite team is now the commentator for their game right now, and it's criminal. Blech. He's probably doing them such a disservice. What is a chow chu? It's disgusting is what it is. In streamer terms, it's like if PewDiePie told everyone not to watch your stream and then was active in the comment section. That actually paints a very clear picture. Thank you for giving us it in sports ball terminology so we can understand. Yeah, you work today? Have a me? Nope, just streaming. I'm just streamer boy. I love the Shiva mount music. I spy tents to the west. Theirs, I presume. What do you see? I'll tell you 1 second. I gotta look from over here, I think. Wait, what is this? / lookout. What do your elf eyes see? I'm too small to see over the wall. I'm too little. Wait, Ghost, if you're using Cat Jam and not Mog Jam, what's wrong with you? Are you even a Final Fantasy fan? Over there, look! Those men are in danger. There it is. Thank you, Mac. Gah! Too late for the one, perhaps, but there is yet time to save the other. Come, we cannot abandon him to his fate. Nodders. Hashtag cancel Golsif. Agree. And Golsif is like one of the major people that got me to play this game. Doesn't even use Mog Gem. What in the Dragon Ball? How come you have a Nimbus cloud? Wow, wait, it's actually like really well textured. Why is it so well textured? Huh? Weird. Why is it so well textured? That's bizarre. Because this is Final Fantasy XIV. You know what? Fair point. Is Mog Jam a 7TV emote? Yep. That's also why I like having the on-screen chat, is like for mobile users and for people that don't have BTTV or 7TV, they can still see the emotes. Oh wait, don't do that. Oh, I got caught in it. Didn't get out of it in time. Oh, you're online, Neon? Does that mean you're available if we have a dungeon coming up? Have I tried Cyberpunk with all the settings up high? I haven't actually, Bannikin. I actually eventually want to do a playthrough of Cyberpunk on stream, because I haven't played it. I owe you my life. Nay, friend, think nothing of it. I but wish we had come sooner. I knew at once he was dead. It will come as scant comfort, I fear, but I slew the beasts responsible. Nay, that is no way for a Dotharl to die. What is this? Who are these outsiders? Hi, Cedric. Welcome back. Ooh, she has very nice blue eyes. Sadhu Katan, forgive me. We were returning from our hunt when we were caught unawares by the Manzasiri. These ones saved me, but Gesser is dead as fuck. Actually dead as fuck. Who are you? Why have you come? Not to cross the sands, that much is certain. I have heard tales of travelers in league with another tribe. Are you they? Who do you serve? Answer me. The mole. We serve the mole. We're going to present them in the Nodum. If I may begin to answer your questions, before you ask more, we are friends of the mole, and we come to see the strength of the Dotharl for ourselves. The mole? The little lambs who wander to and fro at the behest of their gods? What fools are you to share the soil of such weaklings? Next you will tell me you wish to fight in the Nodum. Wow. Well, this is kind of awkward. Yeah, we do. Ah, so you do. That is unexpected, yet not unwelcome. I am Sadu, Cotton of the Darl. For your deeds, I grant you leave to walk among us. Come, look on our glory and despair. We fear no tribe, least of all the mole. Though, if you were of the Ordinary, I would burn the flesh from your bones here and now. We're not technically of the Ordinary. You can stand, yes? See to the corpse. Yes, Cotton. DOS world to die. Oh, I love the CC translates. They're so scuffed sometimes. I mean, with no offense at all. I love that. I love the black lady. So that is the leader of the Dothrel. Clearly not a woman to be crossed. But how callously she spoke of her dead. See to the corpse? Surely this warrior deserves better than that. Agree. You're on the Rathalos Mount! I need to find the time to get the Rathalos Mount. What X-Pack is the Rathalos Mount from? I need to find the time for this at some point. Raid tonight cut short. Raid leads dog is sick. Oh no! I hope doggo's okay too. I have to finish Stormblood. Okay. She's like literally, yeah, which is dope as fuck. Agree, Becky. I really loved her striking blue eyes. Never wanted to be a trophy husband more. Swiss Alps, excellent chocolate. Just non-stop benefits. Sadu is the absolute best. Although, see to the corpse, not super ideal of a leader. Rathos is Stormblood, after Stormblood, okay. Forgive me, sir, but I cannot in good conscience ignore the callous disregard that woman showed for her kinsman. We must seek her out at once. With me. Wow, that's a cool mount as well. It's giving Kingdom Hearts. It's giving Axel blades. Got it memorized. Once you've unlocked Rathalos EX, I'll help you farm it. Hey, I appreciate that, Ray. I bought Spooky Jack Skellington nails. Gonna post them in Discord. They're so cool and spooky. I do love Axel. Such a crush on Axel, my edge boy. I love him. I realized I love him similarly to the reason that I love Estinian. They're edgy boys with hearts of gold. I'll come farm it too and need a bunch of scales for it. Hey, let's go!
How he died matters not. Gesser was a great warrior. He will return to us in time.
You're so right though, Becky. Her aesthetic is on point. The bleach blonde hair, the blue eyes, and the super dark skin. She gorgeous.
Not
she
soon
gorgeous.
Enough, the Nardum is nearly upon us. Mayhap we should counsel restraint until after.
I do not understand. If Gesser is dead, how should he return?
Zombies?
Silence! You come to spy on us, knowing naught of our ways.
We know you are fearless, and that you are called the Undying Ones.
Wait, literally undying?
That is true. None are braver than the
zombie.
For we do not fear death. With death, a warrior must dance boldly, fearlessly, for thus does his soul burn bright. Then, in death, his soul shines white, exalted. The flesh rots, but the soul endures. And ere the seasons have turned, so he shall return.
Yo, she passionate.
When he is glimpsed in the eyes of a newborn, he is blessed with the same name, that he may grow into a great warrior once more.
Oh, they believe in reincarnation. That's why they're called the Undying.
Me these newborn babes and fallen warriors are one and the same? Madness!
Yo, Gosetsu, that's kind of rude. Yeah, deservingly, you're getting death stared. You openly mocked their beliefs.
I gave you leave to observe, not to insult our beliefs.
Tell him. Tell him. I may love him, but tell him.
Care what you say. Otherwise, do as you will.
Her eyes are green with a blue outer. She's so... Whew. I love her. I love her. Love how straightforward Gosetsu is. He's literally like lumbering oaf and I adore him. Okay, Tara, once you're out of cutscene, I'll need you to rate my basic New Glam. Okay. I'll give it a rating out of 10, and I'll be brutally honest. A solid 9, genuinely. I love casual glams. I love casual glams so much. This is a solid 9 for me. Well done. Well done. Proud of it. There's so many high fantasy opportunities that are fire, but casual, so nice. I want a Slurpee. Do you want a Slurpee? If you get me a medium, I will drink a Slurpee. Do I want a Slurpee? No, but I will drink a Slurpee if you go and get it. Maybe if Xenos had a chance to hang out with the Dothrall, he wouldn't have become such an asshole. Yo, they would get along for sure. Oh, that sword is so nice, Neon. Such contempt as was in their eyes I have never known. But for the soul to live on, as they say, is not something I can so easily accept. Do they truly believe this? All of them? That in death there can be rebirth, retribution? In any event, we came here in search of information. We cannot leave without speaking. What class are you guys all? You all have this like the same swords. Hello? And you all have the same pose. I'm seeing triplicate here. I'm seeing triplicate. What class is this? Oh, Dark Knight. Right. Big sword wielder. Dark Knight. That makes sense. You're not Adamantoise. I came to Ferry to visit some friends. Cedric, are you in the Ether data center? Whoops. Hi, Coco. Are you the really hot dude that was fighting in the middle of town? You are. I know you. Reunion, the travelers with the mole girl. Yeah. I remember you too. I marked you after I left the Orinir. One's from Doma, others I could not place. My name is Coco. Welcome to Dothral Ka. I think the K's are silenced. Whenever they're KH, I think it's Ha. Dothral Ha. Coco sounds to your ear the name of a woman. Well, of course. That would be because it is. I died a woman and was reborn a man. It is of no moment. The soul is the soul, and the flesh is the flesh. I love this. Perhaps you scoff. Many would. Many look only to the name and the flesh, and let these things dictate their perceptions. I love the Dotharl. I'm gonna cry. This is so cute. Hi, Echo. Hi. Echo, I love you. Wait, this is so good. The Dotharl say trans rights. They really do. Dude, I'm so happy. Oh, you're on the Primal DC, Leviathan server. Got it. So, can people on Primal ever jump over to Ether? Is that a thing or no? Hi, Gay. Hi, Echo. Consider Sadhu Hatun. 3 times before she died a man, yet she returns as a woman the 4th. Yet she is no less fierce, and any outsider foolish enough to think so will learn the truth to their peril. The Dotharl really said trans rights, and I love them. Dude, I love them. The soul is the soul. I love that so much. Oh, my fucking heart, right? The Dotharl also support trans wrongs. They're flexible. Primal and Crystal and Ether can all travel to one another. I actually didn't know that. That's huge. Oh my god, me too. I'm on tablet because I'm using my phone to gain emotes on that account. Oh, you're like lurking for people you want emotes for? To the Dotharl, strength is the only thing that matters. The cycle of death and rebirth. It is simply that. Take me. I died in battle with the hot go. Fiercely did I fight, and so I returned. Alas, we know not of our past lives. I must learn what it means to be Koyar again and again. It is difficult to remember everything, but important. Dude, I love them. I love them. Can I switch teams? Can I fight for the Dotharl? I love them so much. Yeah, it was implemented this year. DC travel. That's so cool. As long as it's the same geographical region. NA, EU, JP. Gotcha. Oh, rip EU. Jolly, is that why you rolled on Ether? Because you couldn't jump? If someone has Wanderer, that means they're from another server on the same DC, but Traveler means they're from another DC. Random. I didn't know that. That's so useful. Thank you, thank you. I also kind of believe in the whole, like, we are of one consciousness and choose to live on Earth and learn and love, so we are all of one heart, no matter the body or name. I saw a video about that. Like, it was like a cute little, maybe like an art video, and it was that all... Oh shit, what was it? Oh, I'm not gonna do it justice. The gist of it was that all of like the human race and all of like animals and everything was one universe's experience, and the universe itself was an entity, and like they were all of the same being experiencing everything and then returning to like that same being on death and that sort of thing. I can't remember what it was, but it was beautiful. Yeah, that you're thinking the same thing, right? It was beautiful, but I'm not doing it justice, but it was great. I loved it. Whew, that's how I was able to come visit you now, because you're from Crystal. Oh, man, that's so cool. That's so, so cool. All that matters in strength in their eyes. Gender does not have any effect on strength. Basically, gender barely exists to them, and I fucking love it. Since my main cannot come up to your DC, made Shu on it instead. Right. Okay. Rip EU. Rip my beautiful EU humans. Impressive, is it not? 'Twas slain by my boy. We were childhood friends, he and I, before he fell and returned, a master of the bow. It is good to see that he retains the skill. Dude, I love it. They must have such a tight-knit feeling of community. Dude, you're literally, okay, if you die in the Dotharl, and you're born and renamed, like if you're in the eyes of them, like if they sense the soul is there, you literally start your life with close friends, like the minute you're born. You already have close friends, which is incredible. DC travel is insane. I met so many people from Primal and a few from Crystal. Ah, sir, you have completed your inquiries. Believing the universe is a consciousness as a whole is called pantheism. I've never heard of it before. That's so cool. It is as she said. They believe with every fiber of their being that their bravest warriors will be reborn. As for me, I observed some of their warriors at practice. They are as formidable as the Oranir, perhaps more, and their weapons are their equal as well. Yet while they do not lack in skill and resources, 'tis plain to see that their numbers are inferior. Yeah, they do seem quite a small group. I want to be a Dothraki. Me too, dude. They have zero fear of death because they believe that they'll be reborn. Oh, I want to see the shoes. I'm only looking at the boots. Is that a little boot dagger? Tiny boot dagger. Wait, these boots are actually cute. I like these boots. I could use a little glam with those little boot dagger. You have burger. Oh my God, I'm jealous. This has been an educational experience, to say the least. Yet everything we learned is common knowledge to the people of the steppe. 'Twill not be enough to earn our comrades their freedom. Not less than the Dothar's plan for the Nadam will suffice, I fear. Wah! Hi, Cedric! While I've never been one for skulking about, I will go to Sadu and see what secrets I can prise from her lips. Hang on, let me look at you. Let me look at you. Good and proper. Nice glasses. Nice coat. Nice gloves. Nice everything. Nice everything. Dude, I love Hyur. Every time I see these well-designed Hyur, I'm like, bro. And it's also available in white. It's also available in white, by the way. Dude, it's nice. I'm noticing a distinct lack of dagger on your boot, though. You could definitely have a dagger on your... Wait, you have daggers on your arms. You should have boot daggers. What is the piece called? Get the boot dagger. Get the boot dagger. You need it. It would complete the glam perfectly. Cedric, your character looks amazing. Oh, edgelord, let's go! I love me an edgy glam. Hello? Neon, this glam is also amazing. I love me an edgy glam. Look at all the people! Hello, people. Look at Cedric's adventure plate. View adventure plate. Cedric, I love you. I love you. You're giving the people what they want. It's so good. And the words underneath, too hot to handle, too cold to hold. Cedric, I love you. You are perfection incarnate. I love it. 10 out of 10. Dude, adventure plates are so good. Oh my god. I got an entourage. It's the real streamer experience. Scorn's coming through in 10 days. I want to play Scorn. I want to play Scorn. I want to play Scorn. The spies return, and they have learned not. Mayhap so, but no longer. Though you hide it well, I know you have devised some manner of cunning stratagem for the Nodum. Out with it, I say. We are what you see, Domin. We are Dotharl. Cedric is what, is that? What is that mount you had? It's a Spriggan! Or Spriggan? Are they Spriggans? It's been so long. They're a low-level mob. I think they're Spriggans. Fun fact, Scorn actually started in development all the way back in 2012. So Todd, there's actually a close friend of mine who has been talking about Scorn non-stop since it finally got a release date, so I know a lot of it. I know a lot of it already. Because he's been waiting for it since 2012. That is why I cared not what you did from the first. There is naught for you to learn. Tell your masters to meet us on the field and make ready to ride with their ancestors. Your confidence is plain, as is your strength. Yet you are not the most prosperous of tribes. The mole you mock are few, but so too are you. Why? Though a glorious death is to be celebrated, it is yet death. While we kill many, many are killed in turn. In the wake of our battles, the soil drinks deep of the blood of the fallen, their bodies piled high. Not all are born again. Only the brave. Oh my god, wait, this is kind of sad. Only the bravest. So not everyone is reborn. The Spriggan is from the Mog Station. Boing, 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 boing. Hi, Vatican. Thank you, I want to draw them. The Spriggans are cute as fuck. I bet you $50 that a lot of dev time was spent on making everything look as fleshy and and grotesque as possible, more than likely. Only the bravest, yet one cannot return unless there is a vessel to inherit the soul. And if warriors die ere they birth children, then that is that. Even the brave warrior who finds a vessel will for many years remain a shadow of his former self. It falls to his elders to endure until he is ready to accept his responsibilities. Ever will we meet our enemies in battle without fear. Such is our way, even when our numbers dwindle. If we die, so be it. But know that we fight to live, not to die. Dotharl train and make ready for the day, but they do not rush to meet it, not until we have done our duty. So they're literally, because they're such fierce warriors, they're dying out faster than they're repopulating, which is concerning. Which is concerning. The Dotharl really are the highlight of Stormblood for me. Great. I love them. I love them so much. The fact that they're like, Coco is a woman's name, but I'm a man, and they're like, a soul is a soul, regardless of what it's born into. I love that so much. I got teary-eyed because it's so special. I changed my glams so I don't scare my scare your glams are like your plate. I want to see sexy glams. The fuck? Debated. Becky, so because I'm streaming this, part of why I love being a Lalafell is I'm not tempted to make slutty glams. So it can still be like largely good for stream. Otherwise I would go off the deep end 100%. Luckily I don't hear that in the bedroom either, and I feel bad for Doggo. Wait, what's going on? Neighbors have a very small dog with a high-pitched bark, and when my neighbors are gone, said dog barks constantly. Oof. Oof, Mac. At least you could still sleep through it. Sadhu Hutton. Gesser's body has been given to the sands. Then our part is done. Rest, warrior. The Nodum draws near, and you will need your strength. They're too cute and precious, yeah. Trying to be sexy Lala would be cringe as fuck. Some people do it. Some people do it. They're technically adults, but I'm not sure about it. Not sure about it. Yo, Big B! Big B, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome raiders. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week. Horror streams, drinking streams, everything in between. It's so good to have you. Right now we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. And we basically have kind of non-binary lizard people. It's great. I love them. I love them to death. How was Tarkov? Did you do well? Did you collect the goods? Did you get the good guns and the good equipment? Or did you die and lose it all? Hope the stream is going good. It is. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, let me just catch up with what I missed in chat. The flash does not matter, only the person who inhabits it. That's why I love them. The new American right-wing dating app has a prompt that says January 6th was. You cannot make these things up. Oh my God. Yikers. Played 2 raids today because he did Raid Shadow Legends stream. How was it? I've actually never played Raid Shadow Legends despite seeing a million like ads for it everywhere. Shit, now I want cheeseburger. Every time I see Big B's name, I crave cheeseburger. If you intend to fight in the Nadam, you should return to the mole and make ready. But know that when next we meet, you and yours will die. Or you could fight for us and live. Think on it, travelers. We shall, but if you would permit me a final question ere we part, where is this place the guesser has been lain to rest? Though I knew him not, I was there at his end. I wish to say a few words. Gosetsu is best uncle, dude. Rights for the flesh. I have heard of this. Madness, I say, for his body is of the earth now. He will not hear you. But you may speak to the sands, if that is your will. They lie to the west. Make haste, for the Geddon may already have caught his scent. Ooh, and dug up his body? Ew. Trying to hit our goal of 25 player to only complete the tutorial. I hate to ask it of you guys, but if you wanted to help, I'd love you forever. Big Me, shoot me a link in Discord.
I love you, bitch.
I hope Disney World is fun. Wait, who's going to Disney World? Sweetling, you're in Disney World right now? Oh, PS, you muted because we had dinner? Sweetling, love you. This is for Sweetling, okay? This is for Sweetling. Meds are in hotel room. Oh my God. Somebody tell Sweetling I love them. Oh, okay, where was I? My apologies, sir. This will take but a moment. I want to go with you. I want to go with you. I want to go with you. Can I go with him? Ah! My entourage! Hello, entourage. Rando, I love this glam. I love this glam here. It's great. It's great. Plus the witch broom. Is that Master Matoya's hat? Yes, Cedric! With the blindfold too. See guys, this is why I can't play Hyur. This is why I can't play Mikote. This is why I can't play Bunny Boy, because this would be me. Because I have no dignity, and this would be me. I love it.
Hi, gay.
Hi, Sweetling. I DM'd, but again, I appreciate you a lot. Take care, Big B. Have a good night. Oh my God, the full BDSM glam. Hang on, the full BDSM glam with the cop hat and everything. Living, I am living. It's so good. It's so good, Cedric. Cedric, hello? It's so good. This is why I had to play a potato, you guys, because I'd be tempted to make the same glams. Why is Luffy out of stock? Sweetling, you redeemed it. Sweetling, you were the one that redeemed it. That's why it's out of stock. Yeah, it was the Matoya hat. Is it Mog Station? The Matoya hat? You're gonna break my heart if you say yes. Geddon corpse stealers. You may not steal this corpse. It's not even buried. I guess such is their customs, but huh. Oh, it's from Encyclopedia Eorzea, the real life books. Jolly, didn't you just recently get those books? Does that mean you could have this hat? You could have fancy Matoya hat. Plus the cape? Wait, this whole glam is really nice. I like it. I like it, I like it. Terra doesn't want to suspend our points. It's why he won't give me new redeems. Correct, Mac. I want you guys to hoard your points as bragging rights. You saw mine with the chap's wife beater and hat?
Left for the vultures. It seems an insult to the man.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing it again, Isagi. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Which aesthetic? It's so good. You have volume 1, not volume 2. Rip. Hello, are you enjoying Stormblood? I really am, Critical. I really, really am. It's been a nice break from all the crying from Heavensward. Heavensward was such like, I feel like I was being emotionally beaten up, but I loved it a lot. That's a mood, is it not? It makes you feel bad for them, but this is also their customs, right?
But the soul lives on, they say. These bodies, no more than empty husks, returning to the earth. Seen through those eyes, I suppose the sight is almost comforting.
Morbid, but given that it's their beliefs, yeah. EJ, you want a kiss? EJ. EJ, go sleep. Mwah, love you. Go sleep. There's your forehead kiss. Have to show you again in the future on Destiny with the fiance right now. Okay, bet. Slurpee! I love you. You're so beautiful. Love you. Thank you for Slurpee. Guys, get you a human that brings you Slurpees because they have cravings in the middle of the night. Get you a human that does that. Or get you a human that plays Destiny with you. Either or. Both sound good. He has a crew rolling through the step with him. I have an entourage. It's nice. Makes me feel special. Give Spess? No, he's mine.
Pardon me?
Yeah. I don't mind this coat. It's just
When
not really
first I heard the tales,
working
I could not
with our
help
full
but
glam.
scoff. Another queer tribe, I thought, with still queerer customs. Yet having borne witness to their rites, I cannot deny there is a certain logic to it all.
Another queer tribe? He doesn't have the half of it. The Dothrol really said trans rights, and we love them. The queerest tribe. Literally, Ray. Literally. We love them for it.
A samurai will die for his lord without hesitation or regret. But this
Queer
is not
manifested.
because he delights in such sacrifice. It is because he has faith that his death will serve a higher purpose. There is an awakening in that instant. When the heart sings and the blood burns and his soul finds peace.
I'm just going to state this really now because I like making predictions. If Gesser, is it Gesser or Getter? I think it was Gesser. G-E-S-E-R.
There is comfort in that.
If we finish the Nadam and there's a baby born and they name it Gesser, I'm going to cry. I don't even know who this person is, but I will cry because it's so cute. It's so cute and special if they do that. Gosetsu best boy.
Nay, we
Almost
dare
done
not
cooking,
permit
just waiting on the
ourselves
oven?
that luxury, my friend, tempting though it may be. Not while our loved ones yet remain in chains.
Correct. I said I love you, bitch. Oh, love you too. Love you too, EJ. Dude, look at the entourage. Not the fucking floating chair. Bro, I wish I was half as comfy as that. The fat chicken. It's no fat cat, but it is cute. Bro, it has a piece of cake and a cabbage. Like, one wasn't enough to keep it going. You needed the cake and the cabbage. Well, then we must be on our way. Even Gesser. Let us return to the Dawn Throne and pray that our tale is enough to satisfy our most radiant taskmaster. Married leather boots. These are the ones that have daggers, right? Because I want to make a glam all around them. Not me getting like pieces of equipment and be like, okay, I'm gonna make a glam for this, I'm gonna make a glam for that. Meanwhile, deep within the Dawn Throne. Please be voiced so I can eat some rice. Please be voiced. Please. Please. Yes.
Well, if there is a way out, I can't see it. Shame we didn't learn much before they locked us up.
'Tis little wonder the Oranir won the last Nardum. These people leave naught to chance.
Hien, I've had something on my mind for a while, and now... In Alamigo, where I was born, I found it strange that for all the people who supported the Resistance, there were just as many who didn't. But then we came to this part of the world and met with the Confederacy and lots of ordinary Domans, and almost every single one of them seemed content to just put up with things, no matter how bad they got.
The complacency of humans is astounding, so this still makes sense. But Izagi, I was just reading. It originally just had the cabbage, and then the cake was added in an update when they let it have flying. That is so good. That is so good. Need cake to fly, it's essential, yeah. When I have enough points to end stream in roughly 3,500 hours, Terra will be sorry. Bakma. I'll have removed the redeem by then. It's the ultimate scam. No, it's been redeemed before. Were you here, Bakma, when it got redeemed? It was in the middle of a horror stream, and somebody redeemed it, and I was like, saved by the bell! We need to rig a prediction, and I'll give you my points. Oi! Oi. Insider trading Mac? Forbidden. What is this character growth in an MMO? Who are these people? Do you not see Estinian's whole story? And Yazael's whole story? They had such character growth throughout it. It was amazing. Lid! Tara, I have one very important question. What are your feelings on Lise so far? I love her. I love her because her character makes sense. Some people might be seeing her as annoying right now, but it's because she doesn't know who she is. Because she was being somebody she wasn't for the longest time, right? And now she's finally like getting comfortable with who she is and finding out how to act and how she should be and on her own. And it's great. I love her, but she's having a moment. Lid, what are your opinions on Lise? I just want to quickly reread this so I can absorb it better. Complacency of Alamegans. Yes, yes, yes.
They all had their reasons, of course, and it's not like I don't understand them, but the thought of it made me so angry. After everything they'd been through, everything the Empire had done to them, how could they not rise up? How could they not fight back? Because of human complacency. I hate her guts, but you're so valid. I cannot with her saviorship and cultural insensitivity. Fair. Fair. I see it from a growing perspective. And I'm only midway through the X-Pack so far. So we'll see how, if my opinion changes.
Pragmatic creatures at heart.
Like right now she's like, in terms of a plant, she's like a budding plant right now. She hasn't gotten to get fully grown yet. And so we're gonna see how she becomes. I'm not quite as far as you are, so she hasn't quite grown. Okay, she said yeah, she's struggling. She's having a time. She's having a time for sure, figuring out who she is.
Hold on to hope,
and it's very awkward and very
until
clunky.
they taste true hardship. Then comes fear and regret. Safer not to dream, they concluded last.
Safer not to dream, literally.
For even should a day go by without some new disappointment, the next will only bring more of the same. And so they choose the more sensible option. They learn to abide the indignities and injustices the pain and the shame, to accept them as normal. Such is the lot of most men. One cannot expect to spur them to action at a moment's notice.
Which is why I was kind of surprised when Hien was like, all right, let's do it. But we learn and we grow. That's what's right. Yeah, we don't always say the things we're proud of. Exactly. And so that's why I'm like, I'm giving her the time to grow rather than hating her off the, because somebody said, I don't remember who it was. I'm not going to call them out, but somebody was like, Lise is so annoying in Stormblood. And I can see why people would find her annoying for sure.
Pain can
because she's
them
growing.
To strive for something greater and rekindle the fire in their hearts. Then they will remember what they have lost, and they will rise.
For an outsider to come
I had
in.
someone like that once. I didn't know who I was or who I wanted to be, and he risked his life to show me the way.
No, you're gonna make me cry. Shut up.
Then honor him by doing the same for others with all your might and main.
Didn't I just say I wasn't crying today?
You know, when my homeland fell 25 years past, I was still in my mother's womb. Never have I known a free Doma. But my father, as did many of my fallen comrades, as do many of my people now.
My eyes are starting to feel it. Jolly, go to sleep. Jolly, go bed. Yeah, go sleep. I don't think she's annoying. She's cute. I love her new getup. I love her new getup 100%. And yeah, I'm just really giving her that time to grow as a character, because she's, for the first time, acting of her own accord and not what would Yida do.
It may be no more than a dream to me, but if I do not chase it, then who will?
Did you,
The way you
Mannequin?
carry it all. You're just the same.
Isn't it nice? I'm totally right when I was talking about how great open back is. I was talking about, that was what, Saturday or was that Friday? When I was talking about how I'll have a hard time going back to headphones that are not open back. I mean that. It's so nice to be able to hear yourself.
Oh, no, not me. Definitely not me. I meant the warrior of light. Out there, somewhere. Doing what needs to be done.
All done cooking super good. Let's go, Chad. Pork taquitos. That sounds fire.
I won't have you put me to shame any longer. I'm going to seize the future I want with my own two hands.
Let's go, Lise. Let's go. Let's go. Character development. Cedric with the cheetah print. I love you. I want Carbuncle mount. Oh, they rock for music. They can do big sound stage and FPS games, especially with enemies who are vertically oriented thanks to that open backness. So many benefits of open back. I really like it. I'm gonna have a very hard time going to something that isn't. Oh, little hoods. Oh, whoa! This helmet is so cool. Oh, that helmet is less cool. Whose helmet is this? Lancer or... Oh, Reaper. RPR. You are ready to depart, I trust. Good, then let us away. There's a bed. There's a bed mount. It's Meals on Wheels, you guys. It's Meals on Wheels. There's a bed mount. I cannot with this game. I cannot with this game. That took me out. Oh, that's so good. I want to quickly grab this quest from this region because it's probably going to be for an ether current. That is so good. Oh man, oh man. So the RP scene is alive and well in this game. I'm taking it. If we have flying bed mounts. Holy shit. Welcome back, Warlord. Oh man. Ether current? Yes. I'm sorry I'm not reading your quest. I'm sorry. I got places to go. I got people to see. Diddle-doo, diddle-doo, diddle-doo. Okay, I've logged off. Jolly, get ready for bed. Holy crap, they look nice, but open back headphones are not cheap. I have the Sennheiser PC something 30X something. I think they were about 200 Canadian, but they may have been on sale. They might be more now. All that you have seen and heard, your knowledge, I would have it. 2:24 a.m. Let's go. No, let's go to bed, Jolly. No secret stratagems, you say? That is well. I expected as much. The Dothraki are not schemers. They live only for war, for the contest of strength and will. They are fierce, aye, and to face one is to court death. Meet us on the field and make ready to ride with your ancestors. Such were the words of their Hatun Sadu. That scowl? Speak not that devil's name in the presence of the most radiant. You bade us tell you of the Dothraki, yet you will not hear the name of their leader? After the last Nadam, she gave great offense. The most radiant brother called to him the women of the steppe, that he might look into their eyes and see if Nama looked back. But that Gedan, that feral Udgan, she spat curses and called forth flames. She scorched the soil and refused to present herself. Oh, they're definitely going to be lovers. 100% they're going to be lovers. The most radiant, I can't remember his name, and Sadu, 100% they're getting together. They're going to bone. They're going to bone for sure. Oh, you prefer to block out all the noise? I was gonna say, if you're in a noisy environment, open back is not for you. But if you're in a somewhat quiet environment like I am, open back is fantastic. I love being able to hear myself while I talk. And why it's so unfortunate that Magni is so hot. Magni, that's his name. Like, he has such a cool design and outfit, but he is a major dick. Sadu, aka Miss Steal Your Girl. 3 days and nights we fought to claim the Dawn Throne, and still she shows Brother Magni such disrespect, such defiance. By rights, should she pay with her life? Speak not another word, Batu, or you will pay with yours. Her words are air, as the Domans say. However, they are proof of your service to the sun. Also, if you'd like bass, open back headphones tend to be lesser with bass as opposed to closed backs, but win with mid-range and soundstage. Trust the audio file. I am not one. I'm like, does it sound good? Yes, perfect. Oh, you use bone conduction headphones at work, so you can still hear what's happening around you. Bone conduction is so cool. Go and fetch the others from their cells. Are bone conduction headphones typically expensive? It's the weirdest technology in the world, but so cool. Let me listen to the music through my bones! My lord, Lys, are you unharmed? Thanks to you and sir, we are free to return to Mol Ilo, I take it. Please? By your deeds have you proven yourselves to be warriors brave and true. You may return to the mole and make ready for Nadam on one condition. To fight in the Nadam is to be bound by it. Swear, here and now, to abide by the law of the steppe, to accept the supreme authority of the Hagan? Whomsoever it may be. We're counting on it. That's literally our whole plan here. Saw set for the $130 USD, so on the low end of it. I would say that's on the low end of expensive, yeah. Got mine on sale for $130. There you go. Magni can be a bit okay at times, but overall, not a character I would peg / be pegged by because he sucks, and not in a good way. We swear Having been in an audiophile Discord, they're extremely nice and helpful, but oh my god, do they know more than me. With my one IEM and AirPods. Your supper is gone. It was so good. I should take a quick break to eat a bit, actually. Well done, my friends. I knew you would not fail. I should be glad to hear of your experiences with the Dotharl, but as time is of the essence, let us converse en route. Come, come. Cyrna and the others are waiting. There's probably also a Ether Current quest right here. Yep. Alright, those are for later, off stream. Oh. We have no choice but to run there, hey? Oh, actually, we could porter our way there. We should. Hi! Hi, Pimp! How you doing? On the Christmas bear. It's Halloween, Pimp! Get on the Halloween bear! If there is a Halloween bear. Come on! You're embarrassing yourself. Honestly, they're putting out the Christmas decorations earlier and earlier. Why am I walking? Santa Bear so cute. It's very cute. Lol, he says. Embarrassing yourself, but Becky, get out. Oh wait, no, you're not what I wanted. I wanted to porter. Halloween is whatever Christmas is where it is at. Wrong. Wrong. Hire a Falcon Porter to Mol Ilo. Whee! The other day I was able to read an audiograph for an... Oh, music's so cute. For an IEM for the first time, and I felt so cool. That IEM had a peak in the 10k to 15k range, which means one cymbal crash equals tinnitus. Treble goes brrr. I had to learn a little bit about the frequencies when I was setting up my mic, but I don't claim to be an expert at all. Jolly, have a good sleep. In fact, I still feel like I didn't retain any of it. What in the peacock? What in the peacock? Thank the gods you're all right. When you failed to return, I feared the worst. But here you are, hale and whole, and you survived Bardham's medal. Blessed are we to have you as allies. With your strength, we may have a chance. Nadam! I think we're about to start it. I think right before we dive into this, I should take a little food. This hat is so cute. This hat is so cute. I should take a little bit of a food break is what I was trying to say before I saw cute hat. So I think I'll do that. I think I'll eat a little bit. I'll eat one of my fajitas. And then we'll be back and we'll do the Nadam. Because this is probably gonna be a long, arduous battle. Like the one in Heavensward. The Grand Melee, I think it was called. Okay, we'll be back. Everybody go eat, go pee, go get water, etc. Take your meds if you haven't, shame on you. We'll be back in a bit. Oh, sheesh, okay. No, wait. Right. Pull the lever, Croc. Wrong lever. You sound like Cartman when he had Jennifer Lopez. Oh! Potato is Jennifer Lopez. Enchilada got a lot of money. I'll give you taco flavored kisses, honey. Don't kill all my wishes with my taco flavored kisses. Okay, I'm sorry. Wait. We're done with this. I want to kiss him. Actually, wait. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, why? Mac, your timing was great. What the fuck? And I've set it up so, oh no, something's here. Whee! Whoa, goodbye. Ooh. Oh. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done. Watching you play Phasmo. Bro! Bro! That's not fair. Ah! Who's gone? Help! How do I get rid of it? There. Nope. 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 Help. Okay, it's gone. Oh. Okay. We'll be schmoovin'. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We got Pogger music. We're gonna get a heart. I'm gonna use the speedrun strats that I know. Just kidding. We're gonna do it normally, guys. Time for two-handing. This is probably what this message says. No two-handing ahead, therefore seek God. That's funny. Oh no, we're gonna be chased. Ah, we knew this point was coming. We knew it was coming. Wait. Oh no, I have to jump off his head? Oh, it's even worse than I thought. It's even worse than I thought. Chaser minions. Have you done the thing with the stub? Yeah, exactly, Random. Woo! Driver San Francisco and Subnautica for survival. No way, dead man. We put. What? What a bro! What a. So let's squish. There we go. We're doing it. We did it. Oh. It's over. 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 It's actually over. Okay, boss room. All right, Satan, let's fucking go, dude. Hello? Ah, no! Father? Father? Apologies. Pepper, I got no more nut for you. You used it. You took all of it. Wow, that's really inappropriate. Garbled mess of what should be emotional. Exactly. No! I saw Moonbreed as I sat back down. I quit this game. I quit this game. Whew. Okay, let's do it! Speaking of quitting the game, let's play the game! My friends, we are come to the final day of the Tsagan Tsar, to the Nadam. The battle will commence with the rising of the sun. The Garl will scatter the soil and the steppe will be unbound. A great Uvu, I never went to Uvu Jaffer, will erupt from the earth and call for a new Hagan. And I will converge upon the light, and the warrior who claims it will win the day. Precious little time remains. Pray use it to prepare for battle. Rando. Many of the young ones have never taken part in a Nadam. They are nervous. Perhaps you might favor them with some few words. It would do much to ease their fears. Who's got a hammer? What class uses a hammer? How did you have a hammer? Warrior? That's what they use. Oh, it's an axe, but it looks like a hammer. Also, this full BDSM glam is giving. At the behest of the Hutton, you speak with us, yes? You are too kind to do so, and I am grateful. Do not underestimate the power of words. A warrior conquers one with his hands, but 1,000 with his head, even if you cannot fight forever. I need these emotes, dude. I love the show left, show right. Whom else do I talk with? Hello? Whomst? Oh, they're all inside here. There's one. Hi, Kotan. When we were young, my friends and I could scarcely wait to challenge the Bardam's Medal. We longed to become warriors. The day came and went, but we rarely fought men, mostly beasts, and now we must stand against the Orenir and Dotharl. You have seen them, taken the measure of them. Do you believe we can win? It will not be easy. No, it will not. But it is well that you acknowledge it. A warrior must be brave, but not foolhardy. I will not forget. Big bonk, love that warrior weapon. Is there quite a few different kinds of hammers for warrior, or is it just like that one? Has Terra ever played the messenger? I don't think I have. I don't believe that I have. Ah, it is you, the one who helped the children with their chores. For that I must thank you. Though mayhap I will repay the favor in battle. Yes, I too will fight in the Nadam, though you may not see me, while you and your contest the Ovu, my comrades and I will devote our efforts to preventing other tribes from interfering. We are few and we are weak, but we shall do what we can to aid you. Go well, traveler, and if the gods will, let us speak again when the day is done. 69, nice. Nice. There's only 2 hammers. I don't tank, but I love that weapon. I also don't tank. It's too much anxiety. How strange this feeling. The thrill before battle. A battle in which I may die. People die all the time, many of them in their sleep. We will fight, we will win, and we will return to Mol Elo together. Yes, yes, of course we will. I must have faith. I must have courage. I have not always understood the motives of the gods, but I have accepted that their guidance ever since I was a child. If they would have us fight, I must believe they have their reasons. So I shall fight with all my might, and if it is the gods' will, then we shall win. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not on time! It is time. It is time. It is time. I'm stuck. Already I sense a change in the people. Their hearts soothed, their resolve strengthened. This we owe to you. We are of the soil, the wind, and the water. We are not conquerors. But we are yet the children of Nama. We are yet Zela. We were made for battle, to kill and be killed. We delight not in such things, but let no man doubt that they are in our nature. Flesh, blood, bone, that which was given, we offer unto the gods as tribute. This day we embrace death, ours and our enemies. So too must you embrace this truth, for you are who we are, who you are become as warriors of the steppe. May the gods guide you to victory. So many nodding. All that remains is to wait for daybreak. Oh, duty calls. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Have a need to do the thing. Neon, we'll catch you later. Dude.
I see you, soil bearers.
His weapon is definitely undercompensating, right? It's overcompensating as fuck. Whomst? Whomst? Oh boy. Oh, it is the Titan axe.
The soil has been scattered, and the steppe reborn! sanctified and unbound. She calls for a new Han.
Oh, you don't pronounce the G either. It's just Han. Why do you put these letters in here if you don't pronounce them?
Go forth and claim her, Dothal, and bring death to all who bar your way.
Ghosts have cursed. Do, do, do.
It begins, Grandmother.
They're Mongolian inspired. Right. We were told this. But why put letters in there if you're just gonna ignore them? I mean this of all languages. Why have silent letters? It's dumb as fuck.
I must say, it's been a while. Is everyone ready?
Everyone's ready. Terra so angry? No, Terra motivated. I'm going to war, Mac.
A samurai is always ready. You shall remember this soon enough once I have taken to the field.
Have I seen Romanized cheese? Oh, have I seen Romanized Chinese? I thought you said Romanized cheese. I'm dumb as hell.
So we take on all comers and then it's off to Doma. I can't wait.
All right, where's my coffee? I don't have more coffee. Well,
Thank you, my friend. Upon the soil of one and all shall our deeds be inscribed.
Oh my God, Ray. Because they kind of help but throw them in through thorough thought. Ugh. Literally, I hate English. I hate all language. Language dumb. You got that emote from a gifted and I love it. It's so cursed. I love it. Bully the streamer. Kill him. Kill him. To triumph in the Nodum, you and your allies must race from Mol Ilo towards the Ovu in the distance, while fending off attacks from other tribes. Once you arrive at the Ovu, you must claim it for the Mole, but be warned that the warriors of other tribes can do so as well, and only the first will be crowned Han. Prevent your opponents from claiming the Ovu and endure their assault to win the Nodum for the Mole. Okay, easy enough. Oh, bye-bye. Emote only time.
Grant us favor, O Mother of the Dusk, and to victory guide them all.
Woo! You pronounce these different. Read and read. I hate English. I hate it. It's awful. Charge! Bum, bum, bum. The Ovu lies to the south. I will lead the way. Okay.
Forward! Forward!
You don't need to yell, Hian. We can hear you just fine. How do I dismount? Help! Oh, there's a dismount button. I don't want to be forced to fight any of the Dotharl. I'm okay with killing Badugans, but I don't want to fight the Dotharl. They're too pure and perfect for this world. Get chat. Echo, you're so cute. They'll never catch me alive. Also, hi B-Movie! I have my melee combos ready. Charge! Release me! Bakma, thank you for the 25 biddies. Am I not supposed to be here still? I was maybe supposed to leave at some point. Where? Which way? This way? I think I was supposed to leave. I just kept killing them. I'm just gonna sprint. I just read down in the text log, and they were like, I'll keep them busy, the rest of you keep moving. Thank you. Lease with me, Hien, sir. I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna run. I'm not quite sure where I'm going. Are we gonna keep running? Oh, Serena's here, okay. I found Serena! I found Hien! I'm where I'm supposed to be. Everything is good. That's a lot of enemies. I'm free! That's a couple enemies right there. I'm gonna claim the Uvu. Yo, get off me. Get off me. I'm trying to claim the Uvu. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm claiming the... What folly is this? Who dares challenge the sun? Me. You came as I knew you would, for you too are a warrior of the steppe. I salute you, traveler, and should be honored to face you alone, but the Dothrall thirst for blood and will suffer no duels. Bear witness, Father Azim, the soil shall drink deep of blood this day. Since I got emote only, cough, bow through to, oh my god. English, worst language.
Rise, brothers of the sun! Know your place!
Oh, Serena was trying to claim the Uvu. She almost got it. Hey! You put that down!
Hearken to the chaos, brothers! In death do our souls sing!
I mana locked myself in blue. This is embarrassing. I didn't even realize. Dude, there's a bunch of ants on me. Get off me. Hey! Hey!
Bow down before me!
Ow!
Leave this one to me!
Oh my god. There's a lot happening right now. Help!
The sun cannot be extinguished.
You put that down. It's not for you. English is the bastard child of 4 different languages. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. Holy heck.
It's not enough!
Put that down, dang it. Mine. Diovo, sir! Claim it now! I did it! I am the Han! I hath claimed.
The step has spoken. Then the Han is...
Me!
We have won. The Mole have won. The Dawn Throne is ours.
It's not a language, it's 3 languages stacked on top of each other wearing a trench coat. I love that.
We did it. And you, my friend, you were magnificent. Magnificent and, not a little terrifying.
Hello, Thancred's wife?
What a strange
That's actually me?
tale
This is really
has become.
embarrassing for you? Thank you for the follow, welcome in.
To live.
On your guard, Utun. The wind warns of men in iron.
Utun? Not Udgen? Oh boy, what even is pronunciation? How you doing? Welcome in. Oh boy. Out of the frying pan, ... I just realized the Budogan's outfits are just Speedos. How did I just realize this?
I thought I'd find you here, Eorzea, dearest of all my enemies.
Is that a Robo-Spooter?
Today's the day I finally get to kill you.
Out of the frying pan
And
into the
then they'll
name
give me
day?
a shiny medal and my choice of posting. Bloody perfect it is. Well, go on then. Kill him. Kill them all.
Kill them all. I cut him off by accident.
Dearest
Look,
of
it's
all
just
his
Speedos.
enemies, eh? Congratulations. Hearken to me, honored warriors of the steppe. Our enemies intrude upon this sacred ground. Have you yet the strength to oppose them?
This is gonna work really good to rally them all to our cause. If they agree.
You forget to whom you speak, Doman. We are the Undying Ones. We are Dothal.
If this be the will of the Mole and their Han, so be it. The sun shall abide by the law of the steppe.
Okay, Magni, you're not a complete piece of shit. Magni, I don't know how to say your name. Calling all besties. Kill! Warriors of the steppe, with me! Let's go! I feel like I should focus the armored weapon, maybe? Actually, I really want Brynwat to die, so I'm just gonna focus him. I shall suffer him no longer.
This blow shall end you.
Mark well and word.
This is why I can't play MMOs. There's so much happening on the screen. You're missing out. I totally get it, but you're missing out. I skipped the Conan quote. Well, reference.
For you, father.
Wait, what was the Conan reference? I didn't even see it.
Let us be about it.
Let naught be left in our wake!
Crush the Imperials. Drive them before you. Hearing the lamentation of their women is unspoken but implied. That's the Conan quote? I don't know if I have recollection of it. Yo, Magni's chained up like half the army?
Kill or die!
When the Khan of the Steppes, or the Han of the Steppes asks, what is best in life? And that is the response? Well, I wouldn't have known it off the top of my head anyways. He likes chains. He and I have that in common. I mean, what? She called down a meteor!
I hate you! I hate you!
You had nothing, sir. Your brain is pee-pee overheat. I so feel you, Becky. Yeah, she does that. Just calls down meteors casually. Sadu was channeling Limit Break 4.
He was there for the taking! What do I have to do?
Let me kill you and put you out of your misery. No, don't sheath your weapons. Oh my god. He gets to live still.
I need more men, more weapons, more power!
More dead. Oh.
As if we'd lose to the likes of him. And
Scam.
we're only gonna get stronger. Stronger and stronger until we're strong enough to take back everything they stole.
Yeah, tell him, Lise. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. He needs more cardio. We all do, let's be honest.
They are yours to command.
Oh, yes, of course.
Brothers and sisters of the steppe, the Nardum is ended, and we Mol now claim the Dawn Throne. No demands shall we make of you, save these. Heed our comrades' words, and honor the law of the steppe.
They really said, shrug?
Before I fought for the Mol, I fought for my homeland, for Doma.
That's it? Oh, I guess...
Doma, would you have us go to fight your war and win your freedom?
I guess he was regaling them of the whole story.
Very well. The battlefield matters not, nor else the enemy. In battle do our souls burn bright. And better the Mole's law than that of the sun. Arrogant and foolhardy were their pronouncements. Already you and yours show better sense.
I mean, he's standing right there.
The sun shall answer your call, Doman. Wild as the wind the Otun and her brood may be, but they will deliver you naught. We will deliver you your kingdom.
I hate him, but I love him.
Weak and few as we are, the Mall will fight for Doma too, if you will have us.
He's incredibly neurotic, yeah.
Well then, I believe naught remains but to return to Doma at the head of a Zayla army, my lord. I cannot wait to see the look on Yulgiri's face.
Nor I. We shall depart as soon as our forces are assembled and rejoin our comrades. And then, my friends, we shall bring freedom to the people of Doma!
Let's go! Well, this turned out well. Not one army, but technically 3? The Dotharl, the oh no, 4. We actually have a fucking task force here. Let's go. Your Imperial friend has truly impeccable timing. Had he come even a few moments earlier, he might actually have stood a chance. In any event, that is 2 battles won in a single day, which by my reckoning gives us twice the cause to celebrate. But first, I pray you grant me a moment to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, we are one step closer to freeing my homeland and the tyranny of the Empire. I'm in your debt. Of course, if all goes to plan, this is like to be but the first of many such debts. Yet, I promise to endure my insolvency with a smile, out of gratitude to the Kami for seeing fit to send you hither. Hi, Frey! A gift? He has a shite-eaten grin. But it would be rude of me to monopolize your attention. Doubtless there are others who would speak with you. Let us go and greet Timlin Hatun. Hello. Frey, how are you? How was cuddling with kittens? Technically, there are 70-something tribes, so we have a mega army. Welcome, warriors of the steppe. It is an honor to receive you once more. Ah, I skipped something! Well, shit. Oh, wait, I didn't. We observed the battle from a distance and marked the monument of your triumph. In that instant, I wept tears of joy. Not only did you bring us victory in the Nadam, but you ensured that every one of my kinsmen returned with their lives. Some were more gravely wounded than others, but none were lost to us. We could have not asked for anything more. If it is not too much of an imposition, would you be willing to go and speak with them? A simple gesture for those with whom you shared the battlefield. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Vibe and wide vibe. Catos are very warm and very cute. It was good. Actually, I think I'll move back to PC for now. Okay. Where are the soldiers? Hello, soldiers. Some part of me still struggles to believe it, but we won. We defeated the Oranir and the Dotharl and won. When they appeared before us, I was filled with such fear as I'd never known. But then I saw you charge with Serena and the others, and before I knew it, I was running and shouting. I will carry the memory of that moment with me always, as well as the moment when you became one with the Ovu and were declared Han. The victory pose you struck was such a sight to behold. I say, would you be willing to show us again? Oh, but of course! I love Raid Mage V-pose. V-pose! I love Red Mage V-pose. You played one game of Overwatch 2 and it was enough for you. Ugh. Did they kill it, chat? Did they kill it? Two-thirds of the roster was locked. Oh my god, they killed it. Red Mage best V-pose, easily. Aye, that's the stuff of legends. That's the Han in all his splendor. Praise be the Han and the gods for guiding him to us. Glory to the Han and his comrades, forever and forever. 100 years forever, the Han. It's just me and the Han forever, 100 years. 100 years forever. Sorry. The way to unlock characters, guess what you have to do? Play the game. Or buy the battle pass. 1 million years dungeon. Oh, it's not battle pass. You have to grind the game for hours and hours. Or play PvE. Unlock them in PvE. Who's this translucent boy? Han and Morty, 100 years. Exactly right. 250 games to... $250 games to unlock all characters. Disgusting. And you can't pick and choose. Disgusting. Sir, I am told you gave the young warriors a fine show. Grandmother and I have been discussing how we might best express our gratitude to you. Mere words did not seem sufficient. Anyway, good night and stuff. Don't let streamers stay up till 4 a.m. Matt, good night. This is Morin Kur, a traditional instrument of our people. The feats of our greatest heroes like Bardam and Chaka are preserved in song. Yours too will live on for years to come. Perhaps one day you might learn how to play it. But even if not, you may look on the Morin Kur and remember this time, this place, as we will when we hearken to the music. Morin Kur? Wait. Bum 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 bum. What is this? What is this? Why did they give me guitar? You got a quarter of a level in one game. Ugh. Max gone, I'm in charge here. Mystery present. Oh, it's a housing item. Thank you, Rando. At the risk of sounding impatient, we have certain pressing obligations. It is time that we saw to them. You are right. To whom much is given, much is expected. Nay, do not think yourselves so indebted to us. Was it not you who gave us your blessing to participate in the Nadam? And you who saved my lord Hien from certain death? Doma is in your debt, and will ever be a friend to the mole. And we to you, Gosetsu. A thought occurs to me. If you wish to return to Yangsha with all haste, the passage to the south of the Dusk Throne would offer the most direct route. The Dothraki sealed it with their magics during the Doman Rebellion, when more men in iron came from afar. If ever there were a time to open the pass, it is now. We should journey to Dothral-Ha. But before that, might we visit the Dawn Throne? I wish to speak with our most radiant brother. Are you sure that's a good idea? I know he agreed to fight for Doma, but I doubt he'll be very happy to see us so soon after we beat him. Nama made us for war, Lys. Ever since we came into this world, we have fought. In the Nadam, blood was shed and lives were lost. Brown earth was stained crimson and Zayla wept. But crimson is the dusk and the dawn, death and rebirth, an ending to mark a new beginning. We who are born are destined to die. As the seasons turn, we are born again. Thus spoke the first. So you see, we harbor no hatreds. The Nadam is the Nadam, and what comes after is what comes after. If you say so, then the Dawn Throne first? Yes, and I shall accompany you. And away we go. But yeah, no, needless to say, not impressed. I will not be giving it any more of my time. Well done, Blizzard, you killed it. I mean, we kind of all thought that it was coming. With a bubble. We kind of all thought that it was coming with the with everything we had heard leading into it. I want a bubble. I want to be a bubble boy. Back to the Dawn Throne. Wait, yeah, to the Dawn Throne. Ah! Also, Terra, I blame you. I can no longer save in Omori without saying, Mari's picnic a basket. Good. Good. You have been cultured. You're welcome. You're welcome, Prey. The locked heroes are as follows. Genji, Diva, Cassidy, Ana, Hanzo, Junkrat, Roadhog, Symmetra, Zenyatta, Bastion, Sigma, Ashe, Brigitte, May, Doomfist, Baptiste, Sombra, Wrecking Ball, and Echo. So literally everyone worth playing, chat. The unlocked are Lucio, Mercy, Moira, at least Moira's unlocked. Orisa, Farah, Reaper, Reinhardt, Sojourn, Soldier 79, Is he 76? Torbjorn, Tracer, Widowmaker, Winston, Zarya. Most of the worth playing characters are locked. That's disastrous. The sun is disinclined to entertain you at length. Speak your purpose in coming. Humble as ever. Should I be humble in the presence of inferiors? I am a child of Azim, and you are not. Your triumph in the Nadam does not raise you to such heights. Did he really look at the throne and be like, no bitches? So no bitches? Batu will not be joining us. He was wounded in the Nadam. His hurts are grave, and he requires rest, but he will walk again in time. Though it is of no business of yours, such pity does not become a Han. We are not allies, traveler, far from it. The Nadam will come again, and with it, our rule. I say again, why have you come? To bid us surrender the Dawn Throne to the Bull? Mahez, hello! Nay, the Mole are beholden to the will of the gods, and they would not have us reside here. The Orinir and the Baduga may remain. We are for Yangja, and wish to speak of your part in the coming war. Ah, the Domans and the Ironmen, I remember our pact. Sound the call, and the Orinir will answer. Full glad am I to hear it. We have preparations to attend to, but we'll send for you soon. The gods are kind. I am sure the Orinir will prove a great boon in the days to come. Why are you looking at her like that? How am I doing? I'm doing really good. How are you doing? Not to be confused with his cooler cousin, Soldier 69. Is Soldier 76 not canon gay? I thought he was. He is the Soldier 69 is what I was trying to get at. Hikikomori route, though, has been interesting, to say the least. Very cursed, I imagine. It's a trip. Wait, Becky, have you done Hikikomori route? Stressed, landlords suck. Ah, I'm so sorry to hear that, Mahez. Soldier is gay, except in China, weirdly. He also doesn't have a skeleton in China. Nobody does. They don't exist. Of the dusk, a maiden gentle and ethereal, a dancer in the morning mist, and a warrior besides. Look into my eyes, child. See you, Azim? Are you my Nama? Wait, her? Serena? Not Sadhu? I know not of what you speak, Brother Magnite, but I am certain you are mistaken, quite. We should get going right now. Yeah, we should. Well, let's leave. Serena, you're too pure for this world to end up with Magnite. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go right now. Dude, I just lost 1 million social credits. You did. You actually did. You can never go to China. You're done. You're done. Boop. Oh, did we just get upskirted? We're gonna get off this chair. I think we just got upskirted. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving. We never speak of this. We never discuss this. Serena is Sadhu's Nama. I had canon it, Ray. Wait, what? Why is everything sparkling over there? Oh, that's for the Ether Current quest. After that game, my mouse went to the uninstall button. Understandably so, Jet. It sounds like disastrous. Oh no, Mahiz, that sucks. Oh, that's so brutal. I'm so sorry about that. That's absolutely brutal. I've known someone to be in that situation before, and it's a really shaky, uncertain zone to be in. So I feel for you. It's like being in limbo, basically, especially after just moving. Oh, I could have Falcon Portered, couldn't I have? That would have been better. Oh well. But does that make it better, Jet? The experience is still terrible for the majority of players. Hence my statement of landlord style. What was that bubbling noise? What was that? Oh, little cactus melt. I'd buy the place if I could afford to buy a place. I wouldn't be renting. Yeah, exactly. Do you know what's a kind of weird and morbid statement, but I understand it as I get older? People buying a place and being like, I intend to die here. Basically, like never move again. And they're like, this is the house that I'm currently living in that I will die in. And that's so morbid. But I hate moving, so like I get it. I never want to dismount until I hear Oblivion. It really doesn't make it better, Terra. It really doesn't. That's what I'm saying. What's even more morbid is saying, I intend for you to die in your place. Yeah. Huh. The Han and his warriors. Greetings, my lady. We come to you on our journey south, bound for Eorzea, where our comrades await us. How fare you and yours in the wake of the Naadam? Many were wounded, some few to the death. Resplendent were their souls in the chaos. It was a good battle, a good day to die. Soon we will greet them again. And mayhap one who went before them also. Gesser's seed has quickened in his lover. When the child is born, we shall see who waits behind its eyes. Ew. Hang on, ew. Gesser's seed? Ew. Please do not talk about Gesser's seed. Already we must look to the next Naadam. We must grow strong of body and mind, and your war will help us do so. Say the word and we will fly to the field. Mortgage means death pledge. I actually didn't know that, but it makes complete sense now that I'm looking at the word with new eyes. Huh. Yeah, exactly, Mahez. Don't like being right. Exactly. That's too much to be moving. You're barely even settled by that point. Of that I have no doubt, for you are Dotharl. There is one more thing we would ask of you. The magics you used to seal the passage to the south. Will you unmake them? If that be your wish. When next we come together, it will be on a great battlefield against a common foe. I trust you will fight with the same fervor you demonstrated during the Naadam. Ha! And you, Ancient One, will be the demon I know you to be. Aught less would be a disappointment. Ha 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 ha. Holy shit, Becky. I have not been so unfortunate to move that many times. I've moved a lot, but not that. Golsif, yeah. Pay X amount for a 2-bedroom or split it 4 ways and boom. Easy stonks, live in a nicer place. Where is Serena? Oh, Serena's down here. Isn't that the truth though, Mahez? Mortgage lost all meaning when children inherit the debts. Holy moly. What's up, Anakin? Boom, 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 boom. Booted up Battlefield 5 with max settings on the 39 on an OLED. And you're just shooketh? Are you just shooketh? My eyes taking the ray tracing. It's so beautiful. I haven't experienced ray tracing yet. Sadhu Hatun has done her part. Their passage will deliver you to Doma. It is here we must part ways, until the day you call us to battle. It won't be long, I know, but take care of yourself, Serena, and tell your grandmother and the others again how much we appreciate everything they did for us. I will. Oh, I nearly forgot. I have another gift for you. Oh, it's a red, what, is this a banner of the Mole Tribe? It is not the most practical of gifts, but nevertheless wished to present it to you. I do not fully understand what has befallen Doma or your homeland, Lise, but I do understand that you and yours have suffered terribly. The Mole place their faith in the gods, and in turn they shepherd us. They watch over and keep us. We pray they show you the same favor. As it was in Nadam, blood will be shed, your lands engulfed in a storm of fire and steel, yet as it did here, it shall mark a new beginning from there. May you ever walk in crimson, for in crimson there is life, there is liberation. Boop, 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 boop. I hate roommates that aren't one of my partners because I can no longer just wander around my place naked. That's the one downside, right? Living with humans. Roommates are usually the fucking worst, honestly. Unless you're dating them, because then you can, like, tolerate them. Game Pass plus 3080 Ti, and you'll enjoy. On Battlefield 5? That's not really my kind of game, though. Everyone was playing that over 2042? Is 2042 the new one, or is Battlefield 5 the new one? Lots of RTX games. If you can hook up to anything you have with good HDR, like your TV, then goodness, the colors are so rich. Interesting. Same, Mahas, same. You know what I called 2042's launch long before the beta? What did you call it? Thank you for your prayers, Serena. We shall remember them. Until we meet again. It's a very deep bow. Very respectful. Wow. Wow, yes. Wow, very nice. Ah, our little goodbye wave. She looks so small. Bye, Serena. Don't fucking die on your way home. It's a long walk. Mole banner. Cool. Cedric, have a good sleep. Brody. Hello. Hello, Brody. Hello, thank you for raid. I think my mods went to sleep. Let me give you a shout out. Aka. Bro. Montana. I spelled your name wrong. I got it. Nailed it. And I'm going to give you one of these as well. Guys, press the heart. Brody's amazing. Brody has immaculate vibes. You should follow. It will be great. You'll have a good time. Welcome in, Raiders. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams, drinking streams, and everything in between. Hi. Right now, I'm hyper fixated on Final Fantasy XIV. The game is so good. The story is amazing, and I'm loving every moment of it. You 100%ed Super Mario 64? Hey, that's amazing. That's amazing. Way to go, King. Proud of you. Killing it. Slaying it. Dude, Super Mario 64 is pure nostalgia. Pure nostalgia. What a gamer, right? Right then, to the House of the Fierce with me, my friends. Brody, you beautiful bean, how are you? So now you're gonna start speedrunning Super Mario 64, right? Right, that's how it goes? You 100% it, then you speedrun it? I have not used this road before, but I recognize this place. The House of the Fierce should lie somewhere to the south. I will go on ahead and inform the sentries of our master's return. No! Speedrunning looks so fun, but also so stressful. Welcome to Terra's Terrors. Mostly horror, with just a smidge of chaos and a good dollop of thirst. Exactly. Exactly, Mahas. Dude. Terra's Terrors? That's actually so cute. I envision dropping off all of my little terrors in somebody's channel. Hello? That's such a cute, like, community name. I'm happy with my time. Took 3 streams to 100%. I'm honestly really happy with it. So you're gonna start speedrunning, right? Because that seems fast. Terra, you should play Generation Zero. It's kind of scary because robots come out of nowhere and try to kill you. It's on Game Pass. I have played Generation Zero before. And I agree. It is kind of scary, especially when you're in the dark, like, buildings and there's robots in there being angry. Oh, let me just catch up with what Jat said. Oh, so it was just a hot mess. It was 2042 when it released, just a hot mess, eh? Here we are. I wonder if they're all gathered inside. Waiting, perhaps, expecting a speech of some manner. Well, no matter. I shall have to do what I shall have to do, which is give a speech. What type of game is it? It's like an FPS, sort of. Third-person shooter? It's a shooter. But you're like in a
Brothers and sisters, pray forgive me my absence. It has been far too long.
But you're in an apocalyptic scenario where robots have like gone rogue. You're welcome. We'll split the splits on the creative IP. Okay. I was walking in the woods and a larger than normal robot saw me. I nearly shot myself. I ran to the ocean after it killed me. Yeah, it's a scary game, surprisingly. It does sound pretty banging, honestly. Whoop.
Lord here.
And the ether crystals repaired.
Gosetsu told us of your trials and tribulations on the steppe. Would that I'd been present to witness your victory, my lord.
Our victory, Yugiri, owed as much to each of my stalwart comrades as it did to me. Now rise. I will not suffer this excess of formality any longer. Alphino and Alice Levieux, I presume?
Levieux.
I'm told we owe you much.
Haven't heard it pronounced in a while. Need snackies, BRB?
The pleasure is ours, Lord Hien. Though we were born and raised a world apart, our values are one and the same. Freedom, justice, liberty. Each of which Doma shall soon enjoy once more.
Hopefully. I understand you have brought an army.
Yes, actually.
Indeed. The Zayla tribes of the Azim Steppe have pledged their military might to the cause.
Good. We, meanwhile, have secured the support of the Confederacy and a not insignificant number of your countrymen. The Blue Kojin, too, have expressed a willingness to join the fight, provided you agree to certain trade agreements following the liberation of Doma.
The shinobi will render what aid they can. However, Suino Sato refused to answer our call.
The Blue Kojin, though.
What forces we have amassed far exceed my original expectations. You have my thanks.
You should know that Xenos departed Doma not long after you left to find Lord Hien. We know not the reason why, but it would seem he was eager to return to Gir Abania.
What? Have you heard anything from the Resistance? There hasn't been another attack, has there?
Tataru assures me they are quite well. You need not worry. If anything, this turn of events would seem to be to our advantage.
But there the good news ends. Yotsuyu retains her position as acting viceroy, and we have reports that the garrison at Doma Castle is preparing for a massive operation. We suspect that the Empire's attempt to eliminate you on the steppe may have been a prelude to a larger effort to purge the remaining pockets of resistance within Doma.
The hour of reckoning is upon us.
Then victory will be ours!
The Khan has spoken, and I, for one, am not inclined to argue. In this place, in this moment, I call upon you all 25 years of oppression, of tyranny, of shame. It ends with us. We will prevail.
I would say quicker mouse movements, probably. Some of those robots are fast, Anakin. Once more, welcome back. It's good to... Wait. Ah, yes, there's another recent development we neglected to share with you. Eorzea and I have been hard at work attempting to restore the Aetheryte to its former glory, and I'm pleased to inform you that we have succeeded. Suffice it to say, it should prove a boon for travel. Well, for those replete with anima like you, at least. Yeah, that's actually what I wanted to go do. I wanted to go to attune to this right away. Hup, 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 hup. Hup, hup, hup. There we go. There we go. All better. And is this a sanctuary? It is! Guys, we could go back to shorts for a little while. I'm gonna go back to shorts for a little while. Boop. There we go. There we go. We got a little shorts on. I feel better. I've returned to shorts, Becky. Welcome back. What snackies did you bring? I wasn't feeling the long robes anymore. They weren't vibing with me. I imagine you are eager to hear the particulars of our plan. Allow me a moment to gather everyone's attention. Also Swiss rolls! Oh my god, Chad. I'm jealous.
If all are in agreement, I will outline my plan to retake Doma Castle.
Hit us with it.
First, Lise and the Doman Irregulars will conduct a series of raids against Imperial targets throughout the surrounding area, with the aim of drawing the garrison's attention. Shortly thereafter, our Zayla allies will launch a surprise attack on the castle's airborne defenses. In this way, we will prevent the enemy's airships from rendering support and cut off one means of escape.
Very good, very good.
Alize and I, together with the Shinobi, will exploit the ensuing chaos to infiltrate the moon gates and disable the Magitech field generators. Once the barrier is down, we will be free to cross the One River and reach Doma Castle. It is at this point that we must turn to our Confederate and Kojin allies. They will commence to bombard the castle with cannon fire, while sailing west towards the Doman Enclave.
Wait, the Enclave? Why would you want them to sail away from the castle?
Because the Enclave is home to countless civilians. Once pressed, the Imperials may well think to take them hostage, and I would fain forestall any such attempt.
People G indeed, Golsov. We taking notes.
After we have secured the Enclave, we may lay siege to Doma Castle directly. The main strength of the Doman Liberation Front, under Lord Hien's command, shall be committed to this endeavor, as will you and your redoubtable allies. The rest is simple. We scour the castle for the Viceroy, we find her, and we subdue her. Without their leader, what remains of the Imperials' morale will crumble, and they will surrender or attempt to flee. And Doma will be free.
Easy clap. Baby carrots, cheese crackers, and pecans. Dude, I bought a bag of pistachios. It's such a mistake. I can't eat just like a couple pistachios. I eat like 40 at a time.
If unclear or gave you cause for concern, I should be glad to go over them with you.
It's a good battle plan.
Nay, 'tis a fine plan. You have a talent for this. That much is plain.
As you should, Terra.
We
They're
shall
so
carry
good.
out Alphino's plan to the letter. Time is of the essence, as you know, so let us each see to our respective preparations. Carry on.
You can't eat like a handful, have to eat half the bag. Exactly. Exactly. Can't just have a few as a treat. There is no shortage of tasks which must be completed before we can launch our attack. If you have a moment, perhaps you could lend a hand. That said, I have only just returned. 'Twould be better for you to speak with Alphino and find out how you might be of service. Okay. Hi, Alfie. Raspberry jalapeno jam sounds like it slaps. Trying to keep busy, full glad am I to hear it. There's one task which comes to mind. As I explained during my briefing, Eorzea and I will need to infiltrate the moon gates to disable the Magitech field generators. Though I pride myself on my knowledge of various objects, I must confess I lack confidence in my knowledge of this particular one, which is why I turned to an expert. I have been conversing with Sid via Tataru, attempting to ascertain the design of the generators based on our limited intelligence. Most recently, he sent a parcel with some documents which he believes may be of use. I would like for you to go to Kugane and bring them back here. In the meantime, I will continue to work with our shinobi allies to plot a path into the gates. Safe travels, sir, and thank you again. Hingashi Kugane. Nuts are how my veggie ass gets protein, so you eat half a bag. Easy clap. Ruby something? Ethernet? Ruby something. There it is. Ruby Bazaar. Cheese acts as a cooling agent, so you get lots of flavor from the jam with little spice. Perfect marriage. Typically like sharp cheddar, but then... Dude, I've had some sharp cheddars that are a little too much. Some are aggressive. Tataru's outfit? Bro! Sir, what are you doing here? I thought you were off fighting nomads on the Azim Steppe. Oh, you beat them? Good show. A shame I didn't get to see it. Alphino has been keeping me apprised of the situation in Doma. I may not be any good in a physical fight, but in our paperwork fight, I'm the true Han. Yeah. This mission was called The Room Where It Happened. I wanna be in the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. Tataru, cultural appropriator. Tataru, tax evader. Tataru, fucking mental, I don't know, crazy person. You're here for the parcel Sid sent, right? Wait a moment, and I'll be right out. I was wondering why she shot him that glance. It arrived not long ago. A porter delivered it to our offices, along with various other knickknacks from Eorzea. Sid regrets that he couldn't come here in person. Apparently his hunt for the dragon and Omega demands his full attention, you see. Still, he was reasonably confident that the documents he provided would be enough for Alphino to do the work himself. So as soon as as that parcel gets here, we can open it up and see what's inside. Pardon my interruption, but the parcel in question, was it the one you placed on the shelf in the back for safekeeping? I believe so, yes. Why do you ask? Well, you see, on closer inspection, said parcel appears to have been addressed to the Sekisegumi barracks. Though it does indeed bulge with a quantity of paper reminiscent of a rather large instruction manual, the lingering scent of lilac leads me to conclude it is in fact a sizable collection of love letters. What? Impossible! That porter was carrying a parcel addressed to us. I saw the writing with my own eyes. Oh, I do not doubt that in the least. However, as he was tasked with a number of deliveries, I can only presume he handed you another parcel by mistake. This is a disaster. We have to find that porter right this instant. My, she can move quickly when she has a mind to do so. So quickly she neglected to take these love letters with her. They too must be redirected to the rightful recipient. They should also aid you in tracking down the right porter. They keep records of their deliveries and so forth, after all. The man in question was of middling height and build, not unlike myself. Black hair, short, terribly helpful in Kugane, I know. A cheery sort, wearing bright colors as I recall. I will send a few of my men out to search, but in the meantime, why don't you take the parcel and see if you can track him down yourself? I will wait here on the off chance he realizes his mistake and returns. Tataru is a god, or a demon, who knows? Welcome to a game of cat and mouse of finding the right letter. Oh boy, oh boy! We playing cat and mouse. We need to warp to Rakuza district. Rakuza. Oh, check my minute. Shit, I didn't see it. Oh! His little wind-up Tataru in her Kugane outfit. That is precious. That is precious. That's cute as heck. That is cute as heck. We're looking for a delivery person. Hi, Tataru. Hey, you. Yeah, you. You came by the Ruby Bazaar earlier, right? Where's my parcel? What's the perplexed pedestrian saying? Why are you yelling at me? Who are you? Love it. Oh dear, I misplaced some of my most important documents, and if I do not find them quickly, there will be dire repercussions. These ones? The love letters? No, it's nothing as so scandalous and base. Oh, my lord is a man with singular dietary restrictions, which I have detailed in my notebook. I cannot purchase produce without it. Well, you're wholly unuseful. Was there another assistant here? Ah, there's one. Hello, languid youth. Who are you? You seek company? For an hour or an evening? Am I in the pleasure district? Ugh, how it reeks of perfume and desperation. I know not of it, nor do I wish to know. What are children doing in the pleasure district? This is concerning. Wholefully concerning. Children, this is not safe for you. Overworked porter! I think I found them. Hello. Good evening to you, sir. But I have no time to chat. I have to head to the Bokairo. Or was it the hostelry? No time. Here you go, bud. Here's your letters. Gotta check my menu now. Okay. I recognize that parcel. I delivered it to the Ruby Bazaar not long ago. What of it? Eh? A mistake? For the Sekisegumi, you say? Ah, you're right. How stupid of me. Fortunately, I've yet to visit the barracks. This is for you, yes? I will take the other in exchange. Done it. There's a wind-up Sado. There's a wind-up Sado. Sadu, not Sado. Sadu. Oh my god. Oh my god. The most important wind-up. Amazing. Amazing. Don't you uptime me, Golsif. What's up with you? No stream drop! Moggers, dude. No stream drop? Amaze. But now that you've said that, it's gonna drop. I'm back. I did the thing. I'm sorry I couldn't find him. I guess we just have to hope he realizes his mistake and returns soon. Here you go. That's it. That's the parcel. You found him. Though, knowing our luck, Sid put the wrong papers in here. Terra and GZ, I got an infrared scope module on your AR. The robots will tremble at your arrival until you find the bigger robots. And then... Nope, this is it. These are the documents detailing the operation of the Magitech field generators Alphinaud requested. I can only imagine what would have happened had we sent Sir back to Doma with a full parcel full of love letters. The look on Alphinaud's face when he reads the first page, On second thought, I'm a little disappointed we didn't. Everyone's working so hard to fight for Doma's freedom, and here I am, making the same silly mistakes. It won't happen again, sir. I'll keep working hard to bring you and the others useful information. If we hear anything new, we'll contact you straight away. Oh, and you may be pleased to hear that we have brokered an arrangement between the company and the Confederacy. They require armaments we provide, discreetly and at a reasonable price. I'm sure Lord Lolorito will be pleased to hear it. Indeed he was. Well, it seems our time together is at an end. Give Alphino and Alize my regards, will you? People taking the piss out of Alfie is my favorite thing. I love him so much. He gets bullied away like all the time. I was gonna say way too much, but nah, it's not too much. It's a good amount. Oh, I have time because I gotta go bed. Go sleep. Good night. Boom, 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 boom. It's always morally correct to bully the twins. Except for Alize, because she's full of sass and she'll bully you. Oh, it seems like just yesterday you were here. Our plan's apace. Do you still have, do you have the documents? Yes. Excellent, this looks to be exactly what we need. Assuming our shinobi escort can see us safely inside the moon gates, I should have no trouble deactivating the barrier. Good, good. That is one less thing to worry about. Oh, I'm level 70. I was given a wind-up girlfriend. Wind-up girlfriend. Where's my wind-up girlfriend? Moonbreeder! There she is. Sadu. Boom! Wind-up girlfriend. Hello, wind-up girlfriend! I can unlock Reaper and Sage now. Poggers! It seems like just yesterday, it was 5 minutes ago. I was thinking the same thing, Rando. Some dancer weapons, is it? Should you wish for further employment, mayhap you could speak with Alize? I believe she was planning to search the surrounding area for Imperial patrols. Are the wind-ups fighting? Hang on, my head's in the way. Were these two duking it out? That's so cute. Some minions interact, people leave. Go to bed, Golzev. I believe she was planning to search the surrounding area for Imperial patrols. If you go now, you may be able to catch her before she departs. Dude, that's precious. That's cute as fuck. Magna and Sadu do not get along. She was definitely not his Nama. I don't have Magni, or I pulled him out in Kugane instead. I figured they'd interact. That's so cute. Warlord, catch you later. Alphino told you about my plans, and you wish to come with me? Well, far be it for me to refuse you. If truth be told, I'm not entirely sure what I expect to find. In the wake of your failed assassination attempts, the Imperials demonstrated uncharacteristic restraint. There were no public executions, and not a single village was put to the torch. But as I mentioned earlier, our latest intelligence does suggest a purge is imminent. For all we know, they could be out in the field even as we speak, surveilling their targets and making plans. If so, we need to put a stop to it. Let us begin our search in the north. Hang on, what music is played on the Yule? Probably generic music. Yeah, sounds like generic music. That would be cute, Becky, but I doubt it. all quiet for now. Follow me to the next location. I want Ramu screaming. Ah, beautiful. Magnificent. Becky, exactly. No Imperial patrols near our headquarters, then? Good. The last thing we need is to repeat of Rhalgr's Reach. Even so, 'twould be prudent to search a little longer. More screaming? Or is it going to continue into the music? Tara, I'm trying to listen for robots. You're listening to screaming. Not exactly the enemy I was worried about. Oh, damn it all. I can't just leave the carcass lying around in the middle of the road. You've gotten stronger. Next to you, I feel like a child playing at swords and sorcery, though mayhap it suits me better than books. I owe much to a Mikote I met on my travels. He was a master of these techniques and kindly agreed to teach me the fundamentals. Me too, Eorzea. Do you not see my fucking sword? But I never could warm to common rapiers. I vastly preferred using a blade of my own creation, despite the toll it took on me. Urianger's gift was a godsend, to be honest. Anyway, we're falling behind. We should split up and try to recoup some lost time. We've heard rumors of Imperial soldiers skulking about disguised as villagers. One was supposedly spotted near the Ribbons, to the south of here. Go and see if there's anything out of the ordinary. Zuruntia is his name, yeah. A red mage trainer. Speaking of which, I have some class quests to catch up on. I actually forgot class quests even exist. Whoopsies. Oh, hello there, young man. My associates and I are in search of fertile soil for farming, and this land caught our eye. Haunted Elder is its name. Excuse me? You doubt my words? You suspect we have some other purpose in coming here? How vexing it is to be questioned in this manner. Very well, he desires the truth and he shall have it. Deal with him. It's a trap! Oh. Haunted like a 1,000-yard stare, not haunted like ghosts. Well, then why did they call him haunted? They could have called him like intimidating or like suspicious or like peculiar. Oh, she fucking got him. Good shit, Eorzea. Traumatized. I saw them attack you, while this one fled. Since you seem to have everything in hand, I decided to capture him. An Imperial, I presume? I knew it would come to this, but at the hands of a Westerner, a Doman would at least know the rights. You think you understand, but you do not. She will burn it all before she surrenders. She will never kneel again, nor should she. Oh, Madge, dude. Madge is hell. Sir! Dude, it's been a while since the Echo, like, showed us something. I literally can't remember the last time. Rest assured, the Nari will receive due compensation. Young Asahi has great potential. That much is plain. If he applies himself, he may one day be granted the opportunity to go to Garlemald and learn from some of the leading authorities in the field of magitech. Few citizens are afforded such treatment. However, much less people of the provinces. You will need to do more. Oh, of course. Have no doubt that we shall. My husband and I want only the best imperial education for our boy. Starveling girl. I've finished planting the rice, mother. Not while the officer is here, Yotsuyu. Inside. Oh, this is Yotsuyu's backstory. Yes, mother. You did not mention that you had a daughter. My sister's, not mine. Kami rest her soul. She's utterly hopeless, but one cannot choose one's family. Indeed. She is of age to receive an education as well, is she not? Yet we have no records. I trust I need not remind you of your legal obligations. No, of course not. But she is weak and sickly. Some days she has not the strength to leave her bed. Though, a thought occurs to me. Mayhap we can come to an understanding. Speaking of thousand-yard stare. Not a thought behind those eyes. Zero thoughts, head empty. That was a near thing. What happened? We were talking, then all of a sudden you were somewhere else. Did one of those soldiers hit you in the head or something? Well, if you say so, we should go and tell the others what happened here. We learned Yotsuyu's tragic past and why she's such a psycho. Do do do. Do 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 do. Her parents literally sold her to the Imperials. Yeah. Well, to that guy in particular, it looks like. We were basically seeing the memory through his eyes. Thank you. You didn't have to come with me, but you did, and for that I am grateful. I told the others of our encounter with the disguised soldiers. Though we dispose of the bodies, it is only a matter of time before their comrades note their absence. As if we needed any more reason to act quickly. Are you sure you're alright, by the way? You've been awfully quiet since we returned. It's because I learned tragic backstory. Boop, boop. Although with that, we are at the 6-hour mark in stream, and my spine kind of hurts. Ugh. So, we will pick this up on Thursday, where we continue more Final Fantasy. Needed to do a heckin' stretch, dude. My spine is not okay. You know what I want to listen to while I look for a raid target if I can? Although I think when I alt-tab, it'll stop playing. I want to hear this. I want to hear this in the background. Night night, Terra? No, night you guys. I think if I alt-tab, it'll stop. Aw, that's so sad. Okay, fuck it then. It's not worth it. It's not worth it if it's gonna go silent. Let's look for a raid target. Let's see who's on to raid. Ooh, Becca's playing more grounded. We can raid Becca. Boom, 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 boo, doo, 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 doo. I think I'm gonna send you guys to Becca. I think that's where we're going. Guys, love you so much. Thank you for stream. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Oh, I will. Oh, I will. Believe me. Believe me. If Becca's on Grounded, if she's hosting the multiplayer, I might even hop my little face in there. After I eat supper, I might jump in. I'm gonna say you guys to Becca. You guys know how much I love Becca, and you should love her because I said so. And for no other reason. Boop, boop. There's our raid messages. First is if you're subbed, second if you're not subbed. I love you guys so, so much. We'll see you Thursday for more Final Fantasy. Until then, please take care of yourselves. Eat food, drink water, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do. And goodbye forever. Goodbye forever. No stream tomorrow. See you Thursday instead. Bye. Love you.